Hello, bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Good morning. Also, I'm a little bit confused because my Stream Elements thing shows the old info, but when I look at my Twitch one or my OBS one, it shows the right one. I'm confused. But yes, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Ivy. It is way too early for you to be awake, or possibly have not gone to sleep yet. Haruyuki as well. I'm not too sure which time zone you're in, but good morning. I'm pretty sure it's morning for you. How's everybody doing? Is this bitch gonna work? Okay, it did work. Good. This is fine. It is late. It's sleepy times. It's very sleepy times. It is now 10 to 11 for me in the morning. I had issues with my PC this morning because it was like, oh, you need to... I finished setting up my stream and then OBS was like, nah, son. And I was like, okay. So I had to update my drivers. Then I updated my drivers, rebooted my PC, set up my stream again, pressed the go live button, and it was like, no, actually your drivers. I was like, bitch, I just updated you. What do you mean the drivers? Ah! Issues with PP? I have issues with PP also, but you know. It's 12? Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's not as late as I thought it was, so you're fine. But I'm also behind on my cookie run. I haven't been... Oh, that's pretty. I want it. I haven't played maybe in like a day or so. I don't even know anymore. It's been a while though. It's been too long basically. For how much I play this game, it's been too long. So we're starting with cookie run so I can get my shit done so my guild doesn't think I've died. And then, yeah. You would be asleep, but you're worried Luna's gonna do something. Ah, you gotta keep an eye on him. Has he been sleeping? Also, hi, Hooded. Good afternoon. Yeah, I've been bad guild leader. I need to get on this shit. Wow! Let's go, boy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Spec. How's everybody's day and or evening going? Also, Haruyuki, to answer your question, sorry. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. How are you? You had to baby-proof the house? Oh, yo. That's good, though. I had to do something similar for my sister years ago. So, I understand. Gotta take care of the baby. But what about like you guys eating properly? Because that's also pretty important. Make sure you're eating well. You good? Just doing everything except sleeping. Normally, I watch this a bit more closely, this fight. Because if you time the second octopus, you can get a bit more damage out, but yeah. I killed the thing too fast. Okay, this is fine. Hi, Mad Bunny. How are you? Not shooting soon. No, sorry, friend. Thank you for popping in, though. Hope you're doing okay. Load shedding aside. You've been eating, Luna's refusing? Oh, man. Do you think that maybe you need to get some help to deal with it, or are you gonna be fine by yourself, Ivy? That was such a pointless fight, but it's okay. We did damage, that's what counts. You've been trying, but you don't know what to do? I'm not sure if there's... I don't even know in my own country, but I'm sure there's some kind of resources or there's someone that you can reach out to. Because yeah, doing something like that alone is quite difficult, I think. I don't know if maybe there's like doctors you can speak to or like a helpline. Woof! That's what happens when you don't time your cooldowns. I still do okay damage in this fight though. You look into it? Yeah, that's good. Cause yeah, I think it's very difficult to take care of people. If you don't have like the skills or the knowledge. Cause like I had to take care of my sister, but it was very difficult. And I don't know if we have resources like that, but I was very young, so I had no idea what I had to do. But even if you just Google Fu and see if there's someone that can help you. How you doing, Hooded? How's your day been? Did you have classes today? Also, thank you for the beady Settles. How you doing? Seth, was it you that told me about the flooding in the Kruger? I can't remember now. Someone told me about it, and I was like, shit. Potato power! Risu-sama! Hello, how are you? Grinding them Twitch hours? What do you mean, Moby? What do you mean grinding? No worries, Ivy. I think I messaged Luna the other day, but like... Yeah, I did, but there's no... He doesn't have to reply or anything. I just hope he's doing okay. I just sent him a message. It wasn't anything like worth replying to be fair. But it was just a little message. I hope he's doing okay. And you know what? It's okay to not be okay. Maybe right now we're not okay, but we will be okay, and that's the important thing. Oh, you had classes in the morning? Ah, that's nice. Got some time to relax. Thanks for the loties, Johnny. Sorry, guys. The chat be Newman. It's delayed many shoots. Yeah, because I know you do the whole the photography thing, professional stuff. But yeah, I heard that the flooding was quite bad. Some people had to be like airlifted out or something, or like they had to like kind of be rescued because of the flooding. I can imagine though, because a lot of the roads are like dirt roads, but also there's a lot of like hella slopes and rivers. Even if they're dry riverbeds, like once they flood, like they flood over the bridges and stuff. Like when we went there, a lot of rivers had dried out. There wasn't a lot of water. There was like the little lakes and stuff, but you know, the actual rivers had dried out. Hi Sentinels, quick pop in before work. I hope work goes well. Best of luck, kick ass and stuff. I'm not sure what you do, but whatever you do, do it well. And don't forget to take a lunch break. You're at work, Risu? Are you not busy? Oh gosh. He deleted Discord. Okay, no worries, Ivy. Like I said, it's not an important message. That's literally what my brain is doing right now, trying to read chat messages. You're gonna do your best, fantastic. But lunch is important. Don't forget lunch. And thank you for the onigiris. You're gonna lurk because you still gotta edit. No worries, Moby. Do your thing. I appreciate the lurkies, of course, 100%. Most lodges are along riverbeds. Yeah, I think. Where did we stay? I don't remember there being water near where we stayed. I can't remember now. Oh, Ray is sneezing in the other room. It wasn't close enough to a riverbed to be a risk, but it was Skukuza. We were in Skukuza.
Mickey82 screamed hello human eggplant natty moo.
Human eggplant. Hi Mickey, how are you? Long time no see, homie. How's your studies been? I don't know if you heard the news, but Sky passed away peacefully on Monday. We miss him very much. Your model reminds me of Cookie. Is it because of the colors? I just like purple and green together. I think they're stunning. The color combo is amazing. I love green and purple. But I don't know if you know Vocaloid. But that's what my character's hair is based on. The style, but also the color. Everybody knows Miku, but not everybody knows Gumi. But Gumi is best though. Oh, we killed it again? Oh, for fuck's sakes, why am I like this? Anyway. Sorry, if I did miss any messages, sorry, I'm like trying to read through them, but like I keep missing them and going back and forth. Okay, we fight again. Oh, not the nodders. I still can't get over the nodders emotes. I'm sorry. Maybe I just have a very dirty brain, but that thing just looks dodgy as all hell. Punk. Nodders is an emote? Yes, Ivy. Sorry to burst your bubble. If I don't know if you're on mobile, but if you look at the chat above my head here, there's a little emote that's nodding. Oh, is it 7TV? Oh, I use BTTV one. I still have slots, so if anyone has any emote recommendations or requests or whatever. Do you see it, Ivy? Bless you, Ivy. So the one that I have, it's showing up as BBTV. You live under... Bless you, Ivy. So if maybe I can show you here. Can I make a chat bigger? There's Nodders. I'm sorry. He looks busy. He's doing private things. He's busy doing private things. I know he's nodding. However... I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Did I ruin that emote for people now? I'm not actually sorry. This is what I've been suffering with the entire time I've been streaming, guys. Please be serious. For a second of your life, be serious, because this is what I've been... This has been my life. Welcome to my life. That's how I see nodders. I'm just like, please don't use nodders. You can't see it? You can't... Okay, fine. Next time you're here and you can see things, I'll point it out to you, Hooded. Nodders looks dodgy. I'm sorry. No. Use nodders if you want to. Use it if you want to. Use it if you want to. But just know that I'm seeing a completely different thing. Just understand that I don't see a little frog nodding. I see a little frog being about his business. And I can't unsee it now. No! It's forever stuck in my mind. I just can't unsee it, I'm sorry. That shit's dodgy as all hell. Oh, my Tower of Sweet Chaos is maxed. I wanted to just check something quick. So, there's like a couple people in this guild who hit fucking hard on some of the bosses, like you can see here. So, our top damage boy, Mithin, whips my ass in the other two bosses, but I whip all the ass in Living Abyss because I've invested basically all of my resources into my summoner comp. Jargon's just underneath, but like Jargon also does a lot of damage on the other two bosses that I can't get to. I don't know how they... Like, I'll copy their builds, I'll do their builds exactly the same. I can't do the same things that they do. I don't know how they do it. It's very confusing. Because they just fucking slap, man. They do all the damage. Look at all these people I'm gonna kick. No, I'm joking. Please lock the door behind you. I'm busy. No, not this! No. Okay, I should have lots of resources. Lots of rewards. Oh, this is not what I wanted, but it's okay. I need to send gifts. Look at all those gifts I got because I didn't play for like 2 days. Oh my god. Ooh, we can do some skin pulls as well, which honestly that sounds like a weird thing, but I promise you it's not. And the PvP season finished as well. Once again, I didn't make it into Master 2, but I made it into Master 3, so that's good enough. Hey yo, I've got lots of gems now. Did we add the huh emote? There is a huh emote. It was the kitty cat, wasn't it? Yeah, it was that one. Fuck. He did a Christmas hat on. Because I added it last year, like, during Christmas. I was like, fuck yeah, Christmas hat. I don't know, if you want anything else, just shout, you know? If you want stuff here, you have to ask for it. Do you know why? Because I offer people things, and then no one says anything. I'm like, oh, okay, they don't want it. Oh my goodness, there's more? Hey! Do you know who this is? This is Stinky Boy. This is Stinky Boy. Thank you, Stinky Boy, for the hearts. I don't know if Stinky Boy is here, but I hope you're doing well, Stinky Boy. I remember I asked you to add that one. Yeah. I think I still have quite a few slots open as well. For that. Oh, you thought he was asleep? No, he's playing Cookie Run. Sleep is for people who don't play Cookie Run, to be fair. So, you know, can we blame him? Which Like Pepe or... Ooh, we can do a gacha. Let's go. Haruyuki, thank you. Oh, I meant to ask. Were you playing with Aruna yesterday? Were you the voice? I haven't had a chance to catch your streams yet. But he has to do his cookie run stuff, Ivy. And okay. We can go have a look. Ooh! People? We can go have a look maybe when I'm done with the cookie run stuff. If you're still here. In Stardew? Or Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter. What is this? Twizzly! What the fuck? I started playing this game when she was out. So I haven't been playing this the entire time the game's been out, but... Oh, it wasn't you? I wasn't sure, because like... But you and the voice were saying similar things, and I was just like, is this the same person? How are they typing and playing? I was so confused. But that makes a lot more sense now. Also, I keep doing this where, like, it'll feel cold, and I'm like, yes, let me dress warm. And then I dress warm, and then I drink coffee, and I'm like, why is it so hot? Because I'm an idiot. What is this thing? Eh? We didn't get enough rewards for things? Oh. Ah, so I'm only gonna get up to there. Gift month. He does need sleep though. I was gonna say I'll remove him as a friend on Cookie Run, but then I was like, no, that's just mean. Statue showcase. I don't have more things to put, right? No, I don't. Stop reminding me, Cookie Run. God, I'm trying my best. I'm just bad at the game. Coffee sounds fire right now at 3 AM. Do not be having coffee right now, please. You said you need to be sleeping. Oh, fuck. Shit, crap. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. But, he does need to go sleepies. Whoa! My game's being laggy. Let's go do some gachas. I'll do the other stuff just now. I just want to press bottom. Okay, I'm still trying to get the macaron outfit because I've gotten everything else. So please. I need my maca. Why you look mad, girly? Oh. I still don't know what the costume ones mean, but I don't think I got a nice one here. I don't know why she makes them sparkly eyes. It's very confusing. Yeah, you see, I have all these skins already. Nothing new. Hi, Dread! Thank you for the balloons. How are you? Please give me maca. Maca. Macaron. You see, I have no idea what those eyes mean. But I think this is just the normal one. Yeah. The common. I have all them common bitches. Te. Let's do some pulls. There. I have zero expectations for... This is basically the standard banner of Cookie Run. So there's no expectations here of getting anything good. Wow! Wow! It's almost always just pure dupes. I've gotten very lucky sometimes where I get like legendaries and stuff here. But yeah. nothing good really comes from there. So I can't remember where these guys are. I think we already ascended. Yeah. We already ascended Milky Way, and then we're not using Blueberry yet. I don't know what she's like. Are people using her? I think she just does like mad damage. Gonna do a bit of Yellen farming, no worries. What do you need to farm for her? Yeah, I think she just does big damage. But I think I want to get some cons for her. Who is better, Blueberry or the train cookie? I don't know. I know Milky Way is amazing. Kind of replaced one of the ancient cookies. The dark cacao. For like damage. What is it? Is it like a debuff or something? But because I've already ascended mine, I think it might be more worthwhile to get duplicates of the blueberry cookie. Gonna triple crown? Oh shit! Is it worth triple crowning her? If I play, what cookie should I upgrade first? Oh, Ivy, are you joining us? Skip! I guess it depends on who you get. So I would say, because there's a lot of cookies. There's 94, in fact. I would say don't waste your resources on common and rare cookies in the beginning. They don't really matter too much. I would say the only rare cookie that's really good that I use a lot is Blackberry, because she's a buffer, so she increases crit damage for 8 seconds. So she's really good. I was using the cherry cookie for a while. And I think Alchemist is okay. I don't remember who else. A lot of these cookies at the bottom are ones that I don't use. The ones that I use only really start maybe from about here. Which is still a lot of cookies, but anyway. The burst definitely, skill and normal attack, alright. Normal attack increases the charge shot damage. Ah, barb shot, yes, yes, yes. Is it similar to Genshin? Not really, to be fair. It's because it's a mobile game. It's I think fairly simple. There's no like actual combat. It's basically like automated battles for the most part. Like if I go to, hold on, I just want to do this quick. Like there's PvP, so we'll go do the tower. This is all like automated battles. Oh, it is gacha. It's definitely gacha. Oh yeah, we were doing gacha. I forgot about that. So gacha, leveling the cookies, you need like materials, lots of money. For some of the cookies as well, there's like an extra candy system that they have in the game now. Because we didn't have enough systems in the game to spend our money. And yeah, they have... I call it Constellation because that's what I'm used to from Genshin. But yeah, so you start with 1 to 5 stars and then it goes to Ascension. So like this cookie is fully ascended. Can't make her any better. So yeah, it goes 1 to 5 stars and then A 1 to 5. But they typically have like, I don't know what they call it. But basically they reward you if you manage to get the cookie to like 5 stars or whatever. They'll give you a reward. They'll give you like more cookie cutters or materials, leveling jellies, that kind of stuff. Angel cookie. Most of these are going to be dupes. Oh! Oh my god. Is this Diver or... I think it's Diver. Yeah. They're cute. Have you played Little Misfortune? I haven't. I haven't. It looks like a really cute game. I do want to get it. I just don't have money at the moment. It looks like a funny game. It does, Haruki. I've seen so many like clips and stuff, other people playing it. It looks great. I like the art style as well. So yeah, it's a pretty game, but it also looks really funny. So yeah, I do want to get it at some point, especially because of this other game I've been playing, Broken Age. It's been oh no, this is a bad one. When the witch makes those red eyes, it means it's a bad one. I got a lot of the shards for Blueberry though, so it's not the worst. The voice acting is stellar, yeah. You see, did she give me googly eyes and put her hearts in the cookies? That's a good roll. Whatever's in here, it's good. Also, if anyone wants to start playing this, if I'm roping more people into playing Cookie Run with me, I play on Hollyberry server. We have a very good guild with very strong peepos. And we also have a channel on our Discord, so if you have any questions or anything, you can just send a message. Ooh, who does? Is that Almond? Oh! This cookie is daddy AF. I don't know why so many people like him, but I've seen a lot of fan art for him. I don't know if it was like a recent development or something, but there seem to be a lot more posts about him. But I also have the New Year outfit for him, which looks really good. And because I watched a lot of the period K-dramas, like I really like that style. I think it's really nice. With their little buns and their hats. Very cute. Is there a level requirement to join a guild? So... Oh! That was RM. He's here somewhere. I can't see now, but... my guild doesn't have a... I think I turned off the guild. The guild. He looks like a provider. What do you mean, Haruki? What is he providing? I think I turned off my level requirement for my guild. The only problem with that is I sometimes get random people trying to join. Where do I check? I always forget. Is it here? Yeah, we don't have a requirement currently. Ivy's got an ad. Sorry, Ivy! Okay, so there isn't a... I don't have a requirement for my guild. For levels. So anyone can join. You have a meeting in 10 minutes? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, Slug Missile! Am I your bro? Your broski? How you doing? You think you might join? Maybe you can ask Luna as well for some tips, some advice. Can maybe get him to eat. If you talk about cookies enough, maybe he'll get hungry. You good? That's good. Is it? It's Thursday today, right? I was gonna say, especially on a Wednesday, and I was like, no wait, that was yesterday. Time has kind of not been moving normally for me this week. It's kind of just wobbly. It's okay. Time is wobbly sometimes, you know. Oh, I think I actually needed to make sugar crystals. Hold on. They're all same, but I need this one a lot more than I need the others. For these boys. I don't know if I'll be able to finish all these. I hope so, because the rewards are really good, but I've been slacking, man. Been struggling. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Tasty snacks. Alrighties, so let me gift some friends because I haven't been doing this. Wolfie! Look at this stinker. Wah, 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 wah. That's a lot of I need to distribute between different people, so let me do a couple. Hi Kaya! I'm doing okay. How are you? Okay, they did send me. Sorry, I haven't been sending. Ooh. I forgot about lunch, guys. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. Ray just bought me lunch. You know the song? You know about the song called I'm Good? I feel like we have the best fucking... I don't know that song. It's like Masal. What about it though? Why is the talent domain fucking with me? Only getting 4, and 4-5 every run. With condensed, you're not getting any gold? Oof. Okay, Brave doesn't read my messages. I know that much. Llama hasn't played since God was a child. Speaking of lunch, my coworkers already went to eat. Oh my god, run! Go get food! Rissu-sama! Nothing important, just asking. Oh, sorry! My, music knowledge is limited. Because I'm a very boring person. And I only really listen to one thing. In the last 8 runs, you got no golds. That is just very unlucky, I think. Blessed rat. Oh, man. Scaramucci. Whoa, whoa, so many. I'll give everyone 3 for now, and then I'll go back. Because there's so many people who send me, but I can't always send back the same amount. This person always sending me. What a sweetheart. Cookies! Hi, Nabibbles! What is that one song you listen to? One song or one thing that I listen to? I listen to like one artist basically. My peepers know. Why are you laughing, Hooded? Why are you laughing? They're always teasing me. They're mean. They're very mean. I like BTS. I'm doing good, Nabibbles. How are you? Another 4-4? Hooded, it's because you're teasing me. It's because you're mean. I almost had to slap someone for suggesting that Tim Tams were the best biscuits. It's closer to a Kit Kat than a biscuit. I think Kit Kats have more biscuit to chocolate ratio than Tim Tams. Tim Tams are very chocolatey, but they are a biscuit. I don't know if I'd say they're the best biscuit. They're very good though. They are very good. But I don't know if they're the best. It's Jargon, he had that insane talent domain. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Jargon just siphons the luck from everyone else. I don't know, I've never spoken to this person. But they're in my guild and they always work really hard, so bless them. Mia always sending me hearts as well. Mia, I think Mia and Kiss are friends, like IRL friends. It's almost weekend, right? I'm stunned. I couldn't believe it. Oh no, I'm gonna run out of hearts. Okay, I'll send you one. This is what sucks, because you can only send 30. And I'm like, okay, not all of my friends play though. I haven't even gotten to Kissa or Jargon, and I know that they send as well. And I'm like running out of hearts. What is Jargon's name even? And Mythin as well, because Mythin also sends me hearts. I'm sorry, Mythin. I'm gonna skip you this time, but I'll send you next reset. Shit. On the first day, no one was really sending, so I sent like a bunch to everyone. I sent like 8 or something. And now I can't. Now I need to spread it out because everyone's sending and I can't send back. Also, hi Yoda. Hello, hello. DMAX sent you cupcakes? Where's my cupcakes, Yoda? Also, I find it very interesting. Everyone calls him something different. Let me turn on my fan, actually. Because it's getting a little toasty in here. Ooh, my squeaky chair. Another 5-4. No golds? That's like the Genshin equivalent of no bitches? Oh, I still needed to do the tower. I got distracted because I was doing gacha. Ah, I was doing gacha! Let's do more gacha. Well, look, you've done enough to get a fair amount of gold by now. Like, you have to craft them, but still. What I'm actually hoping for is, what's that cookie called? Oyster. I need more oyster cookie. Hello. I don't know how to read your name. You're on dark cacao? I'm on hollyberry. Go do your meeting. I haven't played Cookie Run in months. I always log in after months and then die. It's kind of overwhelming if you don't play for a while. There's too much stuff to do. Even for me, when I log in every day, there's too much to do. Yeah, hollyberry. Talking about cookies made you hungry? It's time for cookies. Midnight is the perfect time for cookies, I think. You gonna make some? Oh, hell yeah. Midnight, perfect time for cookies. You collect mail, do a bit of fighting. Not even an attempt at the stories. Oh man. I mean, I would recommend it. I think the story is pretty cool. I haven't really been following the recent story very well. Oh! Oh! Who's this? Is it Blueberry? It's Blueberry! We finally got one. Nibbles is threatening you? Oh, I see that, Yoda. So we already have her, but we just wanted duplicates. I want more, so she'll be stronger. I haven't used her yet, but, you know. Oh, that reminds me, actually, because the PvP season has reset, it means I can finish off the other thing. And I also started doing the story, because I think I need to do it for... let me just skip. Oh, I got another one! Holy shit. Nice. Okay, let's do one more. I was happy with Gmax until I was told that you're Yoda. Yeah, I call him Yoda. We call him Yodoodles. Like, your Nibibbles. He's your Doodle. I got 2 ancient shards there. Nice. Yodoodles. Yeah. Okay, so the event I was talking about, there's the crunchy drink. Oh, shit. My game just crashed. This is fine. Game said no. No more. Okay. Release me. There we go. NA13.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, JP. You see friends? Do you see cookies? Because you should be seeing cookies right about now. We're playing Cookie Run. Cookie Run. Thank you, Cephals. Okay, so... I said we're gonna do a bit of PvP. Do you know why? I was trying to show you guys the event. Where was it? It's Crunchy Dreams, right? So I've done everything else, but I'm stuck here because I have to win using Blueberry Pie, and I'm just like, what? She's not built at all. So she's just gonna be in the team, but she's probably gonna be a hell of a slacker. Look at this slacker. Slacker cookie. North America 13. Troll. Yoda's a big troll though. I don't know if you guys know this about Yoda. How far can we go? How far should we go? Just enough to put toppings on, I think. And I'm gonna put copium toppings on. I actually don't know what toppings she uses. Maybe? Could be cooldown cookies, but it's okay. Yeah, this is fine. What is she? Magic? Oof. I don't have a lot of magic, as you can see. This always sounds like Nibble's gang name. Yes! An artifact system? Yeah, so the toppings. They have, that's their gear. It's toppings. And then the skill to level as well. Okay. Oh, I already looked here. Let me just check. There's another shop I want to check before we... Oh, I didn't do... Oh, yeah, because I didn't play yesterday. Never mind. Why her again? At this point, there's very few things that I'm missing. It's just repeating through all the things I already have. Okay. I have a song stuck in my head. It's because I was listening to it before I started stream. And then I was like, wait, I can't listen to music while I stream today. Oh, no, not that one. Hi, Nisa! And Bunny. Bunny's here. Hi, Bunny. Oh, I was doing PvP, yeah. Man, I'm so distracted. Okay, so... Normally my team is very big dick, but we're gonna replace... We're gonna replace her. She's good, however... Claire does a fantastic job, so... This is just for the lower level stuff. We're gonna go against the babies. Hopefully she don't die too quick, because I have to win. Konnichiwa! Hi, Bluggy! How's your day going? Or how did your day go, rather? Are you done with work? Wait, it's Thursday. You're not working today. Okay, so I need to do this, what? 20 times? I can't remember now how much it was. It's 20 or 25. Oh! Thing is, like, the rest of my team is fucking strong. It's just the blueberry cookie that's not very strong. So they should be fine. Blueberry's almost always gonna die, I think. Y'all made a music video? Wait, what? Am I missing something here? Your day's off for changing to Sunday? Monday? Ooh! Okay, so that means you can go- oops. I'm throwing things around. You can go out partying on a Saturday. Saturday evening. Ah, sorry, Ivy. Just tell him that Kato send love. No, be sad. I don't want to send too many messages like while I'm streaming, so maybe I can send him a message later in Cookie Run. You can hang out longer on Saturday nights too? Hell yeah! We need to, Puggy, we need to play that other game still. We need to make a plan for that. If you wanna do it on stream again. I think people would enjoy that. I have way too many PvP tickets. I had 70 at one point and I was just like smooshing through them. PvP is sometimes ridiculous because I actually had a fight go up until like 20 seconds the other day. I was like, how the fuck are these cookies still alive? God damn. The person you're supposed to meet with isn't here? Oh, that's fantastic. Or isn't... They're otherwise occupied. Maybe they forgot about it. You almost forgot. So, I mean, you remembered, but then almost late. No, don't give me such strong people to verse. The fuck? God damn it. Yeah, I'll send him a message. Yeah, when when the chat is not visible on stream. They get a reminder 30 minutes before the meeting. Oh, I would hate that because that would just make me be anxious. I used to get that for work when I was still a teacher. But we used to get an email like in the morning, and then we would get another one like just before the class started. And it used to make me feel like so anxious just constantly getting notifications for classes. I was just like, stop reminding me. Don't you think I know? So yeah, I hated that. Puggy isn't the only one who likes Bubudi. Yeah? Who likes it? Did you talk to some people, Yoda? Did you find someone else who likes it? Not this again. Putting cookies in the oven. Where's mine, Ivy? It begins. Puggy's here to defend. To defend the cookies. Nah. The cookies to defend the Bubuti, sorry. I mean, she will probably defend the cookies as well, to be fair. Jimin! Jimin is immune. No hurt to Jimin. Jimin, good boy. Jimin, sweet boy. Quite a few people. Those are all the people who. Those are all the people who voted for it. Oh, Yoda. Maybe you need new friends if you know people who like it. No, I'm joking. I had it once and I never want to have it again. I'm very okay never having it ever again. And the fact that some people put raisins in it, nah. Those are the same people who eat hot cross buns with raisins in them. No thank you. You'd love to send me some? You can send pictures instead if you want. Honestly, I don't have a sweet tooth. I don't eat a lot of sweet things, so it's fine. I love savory snacks. That's my favorite. And I think it's why I like peanut butter so much, because you can make peanut butter salty and it's not weird. So, yeah. We don't have a peanut butter cookie. I wonder if there is like, because there's another game called Cookie Run Oven Break, which is, I think, the original game. It's the game that came out first, basically, and then they made this one to follow. But in the original game, there's so many more cookies. I tried to play it a while ago, but holy fuck, it was so overwhelming. There was just, basically, like when people start this game now, there's just way too many things going on. So like, I think the same thing. Oh, this has to be a troll team, right? Anyway, bacon grease cookies? Oh, what? Listen, I'm already chunky, but that would make me chunkier. Because I don't want to eat them all the time. Have you played the Candy Crush cookie one? There's a cookie one? No? What is it called? I kind of want to look now. He's here? Oh my god, run! Tell him he's late. You like raisins? I like raisins by themselves. I do not like raisins in things. There's a lot of food that I'll eat if it's by itself, but if you put it with other things, I'm just like, no thank you. Hi Cuddle Buddle! That's a very cute name. How are you doing? You're new? You're new to Cookie Run or you're new here? You're definitely new here. I knew. Puggy. How much more do I have to suffer? Let me just have a quick look, because I can't remember how many I needed. You're old in Cookie Run? Okay. You're just new here. Okay, nine more battles. We can do this, guys. Let's quickly go use stamina. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna do this. Cookie Run Puzzle World? Oh my god. Is it new, or was it exist before? I don't think I'm gonna finish it. Because you need to do this like a certain amount of times. Oh no, I still have time. I just need to be very, good with doing it. I need someone to like bug me every day. Be like, hey, did you play Cookie Run today? You cook bacon, you put the grease in the cookie dough with bacon bits. Oh! Okay, that sounds amazing.
Excuse me.
Thank you for the follow, Cuddle Buddle. What is your best team? Like, strongest team? Favorite team? Because those, the answer's the same, I guess. I can just show you. But thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. It's kind of fun. Wee, thank you, Lily. How are you? Okay, so... Shit, sorry. So for... I mean, I use different teams for different things, right? So for PvP, instead of this cookie, because I just put it in there for the Crunchy Dreams, I would use Moonlight, who, actually, I still need to level. As you can see, she's not properly leveled. But that's the current PvP team that I'm using. They're pretty strong. I quite like them. And then also in Cookie Alliance, which I'm very behind on doing, do not perceive me. My strongest team, the team that lasts the longest, is this one. 2 healers, 2 tanks, and then your boy in the middle to do the damage. They go up until like 44, I think. Like wave 44. And then the rest of the team does the rest of the things. But in guild battle, my strongest team is this team. They fucking destroy. I love them with all my heart. Pumpkin, maca, crunchy chip, cotton, and oyster. They fucking wham bam, thank you ma'am. I normally get like 60, I think it's 60 mil damage with these guys. My team for Avatar does about 40 mil. I'm still working on them. It's a work in progress. How about you, Cuddle Buddle? But this team is my favorite. I love the Summoner comp. This is my favorite. I will play this wherever I can. If I can, I will play it. But yes, it's very, very invested team. I love them very much. Every time I get a box to like give you like the shards, I always pick for them. My first A5 was pumpkin and my second one was cotton. Those are the only 2 A5 cookies I have, like, of the rare ones. You gonna lurkies? Need to check up on Luna? No worries! It's kind of fun. You weren't lying about how there's a lot going on. Yeah, there is. There's so many game modes. Like... So there's just the plain story. There's the plain story. There's the PvP. There's this thing, which I don't enjoy. I actually needed to check if did I do enough? For one of these things, you had to fight like a lot. In that. And I just like, it's so tiring. Yeah. Let's go do this while I'm talking. Because I'm not actually paying attention to this at all. I basically just let it auto because I'm too tired to try it. So yeah. There's a lot of things, especially because of the anniversary. I'm just going to turn the sound down because it's a little bit loud. And it's fast, so it's overwhelming. Overwhelming amount of noise. You're tired, Lily? I'm doing okay. I think most people know that this week has been a bit of a tough week for me, so I don't like saying I'm okay, but that's how I feel at the moment, so I'm okay. Yeah, I'm very lazy to do this mode. I tried really hard, but you basically have to cheese it, and I'm like, I don't have the brain power to cheese anything, so I'm just doing it for the constellation thing. It's fine. Anyway. Featherman? Oh no. Listen, you guys come here with your weird things and confuse the hell out of me, and then you scar me for life. You, Lily, Tian, I don't know who else it is. I know it's at least you 3. You little troublemakers. coming here with your man chickens and nonsense. PvE, Wildberry, Financier, Cotton, Espresso, and Macaron. Ooh! I like the sound of that team. You want to 5-star? Essen? Put Gmax in with us? It's lonely? No, no, no. I said you three. You three. It's you, Lily, it's Tian, and it's Yoda. It's you three. Why is it whenever there's any trouble, it's you three? Every time. You hear saying weird shit, you're traumatizing me. All kinds of nonsense. Whenever y'all getting up to nonsense. Oh no, not the man chicken again. Oh, Lily. Give me peace. Featherman are the Power Rangers in Persona. They have a banger theme song. Oh. I don't know if I trust you anymore. Also, hi Luke, how are you? I think you were sick the last time we spoke. Are you doing better now? Yeah, this game mode, I tried really hard because I wanted the giant cake hound and I just couldn't make it. I was like in the top 1%, but it was just under, so I wasn't able to get it. I was like just barely making it to the top. Ugh. I was so sad. Because I really wanted that giant cake hound. I fucking love the cake hounds, they're so cute. But yeah, I lost motivation because it was just too fucking hard to keep up with the Wele. Don't please me, Yoda. Don't please. You guys always saying weird shit here. It's you three. You come here to traumatize me and then you leave. At the end of the stream, you're like, bye, see you next time. As if you didn't just traumatize me. Please be serious. Y'all come here with your nonsense. Your man chickens. And your feathermans. You're sick again? Means it's not vibing this year? Oh man. You gonna send me the song? Oh no. Now you're invading the DMs as well. I'm doing okay, Luke. Just taking every day as it comes. Not much else I can do. But yeah. Chat is being rambunctious as usual. We had a very heated debate. I laughed so hard yesterday. I got my stream recap thing from Stream Elements yesterday, and it was like, you had a peak in chatters. I'm like, yes, I know. I know I had a peak in chatters because we had a very heated debate about food. And at some point we got onto the discussion of South African food and what was popular here, our national dish. Luke, do you know what our national dish is? All kinds of things. It was just a very heated discussion. People got very I don't want to say mad, but one person definitely did get mad. It was very amusing, to say the least. You only got sick for 5 days when you were a kid. It's been years since you've been sick? Damn! Wait, you didn't get COVID then? I actually made a comment about that, the fact that there were a lot more chatters about the food. Yeah! People got heated, man. I couldn't keep up with chat. It was nooming so fast because everyone just wanted to have an opinion. Bri was number 3 on the list. So there's a list on my Discord server that we were looking at of like the top food in Africa. And Bobotti made the top 50. And I was just like, whomst the fuck voted for that? Because no one in chat liked it except one person. And she was vehemently defending Bobotti. And I was just like, whomst the fuck? It was like on the same rating as Boerewors. I was like, no man. No man. Please be serious. But yes, all of the people came out of the floorboards to share their opinion about food. And then we just looked at a whole bunch of... We did that for like 2.5 hours or something. The last time you had Bobotti was when you were a child. It was pretty good though. Hell nah. Whoa! Why is this boy panicking? Anyway. Yeah, so... What was number one? It was something that looked like leftovers, I think. I can't remember now. Let me go look quick. Oh. Sorry, just responding to a message. So, it was... Rechter. I don't know how you pronounce that. In any case. Your number one is Burger King vegan nuggets. I actually have a Burger King chili cheese sitting next to me that I need to eat at some point. Yeah, I don't know. It's an African dish. It's not necessarily South Africa, but it's African. And it doesn't look good. I'll tell you that now for free. It looks like... We were saying last night, it looks like leftovers. Your manager told you the client was happy? Oh, hell yeah! So wait, are you still... Did you get the internship hooded? Is that what you're doing now? You didn't get COVID, you really wore a mask because you couldn't breathe properly? Ah! Damn, that's crazy. You're just resisting all the things, Cuddle. How much more do I have to suffer? You finished it? Ah, give a final presentation. Wait, already? Or is this the previous internship? Okay, 6 more times. This is fine, I can do this. I mean, if you didn't suffer, that's a good thing. Because I had COVID, it wasn't fun. As a person who mostly stayed home during the majority of the outbreak, like, I still somehow managed to get sick. I can't remember, I think it's because we visited family, but I can't remember now. But honestly, it was like last year sometime. The Boeing one is gonna be in May. Oh, okay, I see. Hi Stitch, how are you? 99% sure I've never had COVID too. Your immune system is messed. You have a cold 24/7. Oh, you sicky Lily. You need someone to take care of you. You got COVID once and you were cured in like a day? What the heck, man? I want the COVID you had. Not now, but I would have liked that before. You got a week off for free? That's nice. You doing good? I'm doing okay. I read somewhere that certain substances were helping fighting COVID. Oh, Lily. Are you okay? Lily's not okay. Lily's very not okay. Also, if you hear me eating, no you don't. Just saying. Just saying. You don't hear nothing. Lily's never okay. Welcome back, Ivy! Ignore the fact that I sound like I have cheeks full of hamburger, because I definitely don't. I'm definitely not eating currently. You guys can't prove it. Are you cussing in my chat, Hooded? No kaka kana. You wanna go home, Stitch? Would you have to work for 5 more hours? You got this. Hang in there, Stitch. Think about the money that you make that you then get to spend on things that'll make you happy instead. Think about being able to pay rent, because I feel like that's something that we spend our money on that we don't appreciate enough. TMI, you blow your nose a lot every day. Maybe you have an issue somewhere in your schnoot, Lily. Have you ever gone to a doctor about it? I know seeing a doctor can take like months in your country. At least that's what I've heard from people. Like there's a hell of a waiting list. Luna's okay? That's good. Was he playing Cookie Run? Why the fuck would you swear here, right? Why the fuck indeed? They want to stab you and take your blood? I mean, yeah. Sometimes. Doctors are evil? No! Doctors are good. They're there to help you. Some doctors are shitty, though. Some doctors are not very good at their jobs. Hopefully his son is a good doctor in the future. I know he's currently studying very hard to be a good doctor. So, you know, when I'm old, he can look after me. Keep me healthy. I'll have to go live in Jordan though, so... Oh, that was a good one. Find a way to draw blood with no pain. Are you guys afraid of needles? You tried something? Aw, I'm sorry, Ivy. I've fallen and broken my hip. Skill issue. Yeah. Imagine his son just saying to his patient, skill issue. They're nice if they don't stab you. Sometimes they need to, though. You avoid it? I mean, that's fair. I remember getting inoculations as a kid. And my sister screamed like a banshee. I don't know if she was afraid of needles or what, but like, yeah, she used to, whenever we got like jabs, she would always scream like a baby. And so it always made me very scared for it, but then I got the thing done and I was like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Why was she screaming? So yeah, I understand. My sister was not a fan either. She ain't gonna trick me out of the house? Yeah, that's fair, actually. You slept most of today? Oh, so you can stay up? Oh, yes. Boy, let's go. I used to love going to the doctor to get stabbed because I'd never cry and they'd always praise you for it. Okay, so so Hooded likes praise then, that's good to know. You'll jump out of the car? I mean, based on how you drive, Lily, you might need to jump out of the car anyway. Lily. I'm not sorry. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. You bully me, I bully you. You do! You bully me all the time! Ow, hooded. What the fuck, man? Not the nodders and the man chicken. Y'all's nasty. I'm no fortune teller, but I already know I'm gonna sleep most of tomorrow. Yeah? Are you sleepy? Maybe you should go sleep now. Not chasing you away or anything, but if you definitely need sleep. You know, Cookie Run will wait. Cookie Run will be here tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. It'll be here every day. You felt things moving in your arm? Oh my goodness. You're still afraid of needles? Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of people are afraid of needles. I hate a vitamin B injection. Is probably one of the worst things I've ever had. Not only can you taste it in your mouth, but also it burns. It burns your booty cheeks. So bad. I don't know why. Oh shit! We got puzzle time! Okay, let me finish this shit. You've never seen it be redeemed? Yeah. I don't think they'll have Genshin, Ivy, but we can have a look. Because the problem is, last time we tried to upload a custom one... I'm just gonna skip this. Bye! The last time we redeemed it... Or not redeemed it. The last time we tried to do it, it didn't work very well. I just want to throw the rest of these in here. Oh! Alright. Whoa! Okay. Sorry. Don't look at my messages, guys! Wait. No one wants to see that. I have too many messages. Okay. Shh. Silence. 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 Leave me alone, guys. Don't bully me. Oh. Go away. Go away. Go away. Alright. So this is the website that we... Can this thing stop? Stop your shit. This thing can go away. Where's my browser, man? Sorry guys, we're sitting in relative silence currently. Let me just put some game shops on, actually. Your highest is only 70. Listen, it's like spam emails and shit. I'm not even joking. I have 3 emails. So it's just like all the spam. It's all the spam, guys. Relax. Where's this boy now? Here? He's not sure? Oh, because it's showing something that doesn't exist. Cool. You can delete all? No, but what if there's something important mixed in there, you know? Can this thing show the thing? There. Okay. So, what I can do... Oh, I have to sign in. Don't look. I don't know what it's going to show you. Internal server... Kiss my ass. Won't let me sign in with Twitter? Oh my god. Can I sign in with Facebook? You downloaded a virus? Clean virus attack. We should do a puzzle? No. Absolutely not. Okay, so... Is this gonna... Hopefully it does not box me. Let's see. Custom, new puzzle. Browse. I don't know, you guys might have to download it first, but I don't know if it's gonna cause issues. Because I know, like I said, we had that in the past. We had issues in the past where it, the download didn't work for some people. Sorry, I'm just trying to find Genshin. Let's do my wallpaper. Let's see if this works. Will it work on mobile? I have no idea, Yoda. I really don't know. That's why we're gonna try this. If it doesn't work, then we will... then we will try just a normal one. Messages from your girlfriends? Oh my goodness. Is it like a group chat, Ivy? There's the link, guys, if you want to join. Also, hi Johnny. Thank you for the lurkies. Yoda, your power's not back? Alright. You have a harem IRL?
Would you like a cup of water?
Jigsaw.
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
What is this thing called? There we go. Okay, sorted. We need to see the image. It's my wallpaper. You guys don't know it? Arataki Ito. The one and only. You lesbian? I think you did. I think you might have mentioned that before. But yes, this is the image. No one has even started. You guys got to start with the corners. You got to start with the corners. Where's all my corners at? There's all my corners. Now you do the outside, and then you work your way in. You needed to add it yourself? What? Are you joking? It's on the Discord though. It's in the Genshin Impact. It's literally the last message in the Genshin Impact. So I don't know how this is supposed to work. Because the image is there. But I don't know if you guys can upload it yourselves then, because that's dumb. If that's how it works. Okay, so yeah, we can't do that, but let's go do a different one then. So Ivy, you're just gonna have to pick a different category. If we go to the catalog. No worries, Johnny. No worries. So there's lots of different categories. Patterns and textures, street art, animals, food, architecture. I don't know if you want to see. Oh, Lily. Oh, sorry. Guys, you want me to try again? Because we can. There, it says resume. You guys drive me insane. But did you guys say it doesn't work on mobile? Because that kind of sucks. Oh, it's working for someone. Ah, you're on mobile. Sorry, Ivy. Yeah, I think... I don't know, were people able to do this before on mobile? Is it just because you have to upload the image? It's fine, we'll do 2 puzzles. We'll do this one and we'll do a fox one afterwards. So is it working now, or... How do you remove the piece in the middle? You can't. That's where it belongs. That's where it's supposed to be. You can't remove it. That's where it's supposed to be. Like that one. That's supposed to be there, so now it's stuck. You can't move a correct piece. I drop pieces in the middle of nowhere all the time. Yeah, sorry that it's not working on mobile. I'm not too sure why. Also, hi crossing point. Sorry, I was trying to set this up and I just missed a whole buttload of messages. You have a wife, 6 girlfriends, and a boyfriend? Goddamn! Wait, why you got a boyfriend? You said you Lebanons. My brain is confusion. Thirsty as fuck. Wait, me? Oh, someone redeemed hydrate earlier. Thank you, whoever that was. I can't remember now. Oh, it was Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. I am drink the water. Onigiri support is on the way, thank you. These people having a time over here. You don't have a heart to break up with him? It's been 5 years? Oh my goodness. Ivy. Ivy, no! Okay, that one's correct. I don't know what that is. It's probably the oni at the top. These guys are all friends. They're the oh, okay, that one's stuck. There's a friend. There's another friend. There's another friend. Are you trying to learn coding games? No? I'm not smart enough for that. You don't want to break people's hearts? Oh man. But what... I was gonna say, what if he finds out? Oh! I accidentally put that in the right spot. Or does he know? Just casually accidentally putting things in the right places. Wait! Puggy! Ha. Puggy gonna get mad at me. I was just putting all the friends where they need to be, you know? Oh, someone was stacking them over there. I see. Okay, let me not disturb the stacking then. You're trying to organize? Sorry, I was organizing just differently. We have different ways of organizing things, clearly. Is that's stuck there? Okay, I'm so glad I did that. The Mo! Puggy, just change your name to Baboti Lover. Oh, he already knows. And you're pregnant? Oh my goodness. You can't play? Ah, sorry. Are you on mobile? Because it seems like a couple people who are on mobile were struggling. So I don't know if maybe that's why. Oni. Is it this one or the other one? It's this one, right? Yeah. What is, this is clothes? I have no idea. That was Ito's head that you put by his dongalong. Thank you, whoever that was. You're on mobile? Is it working for you? Why are you watching video game study language? What? Oh no, that's that's music. This is the playlist that I'm listening to. It's Game Chops. It says video game study lounge, so it's just music that's playing. On your side, it was all black. Oh, that's so weird. I honestly don't know. I've never actually had an issue with people joining before. But I actually don't know what platforms they were using. We used to do a lot more jigsaw puzzles before. And then for a little while I kind of stopped doing it. Not for any particular reason, I guess. Just wasn't keeping up with it. But her son fucking loves jigsaw puzzles. That kid and his puzzles. Oh, I thought they were friends. Never mind. That's his hand. That's the Oni's hand. Your first Nintendo stream was a puzzle stream? Was it really? Man, but people love this shit. Who's moving pieces to the top corner of the map? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about, Lily. He needs to exercise his big brain? Wait, who? What? Hair? In case y'all need to see the picture again. So the hand goes somewhere over here. What is this though? Oh, it's that. Never mind. Her son needs to be smarter? Oh. Yeah, wait, why does he need to be smarter though? Whoops. Just scooch the whole screen. This is fine. Woo!
Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble
Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble
Gmaxio 1 wobble Gmaxio 1 wobble.
There's all these weird pink bits and I'm just like, what is this? Where do you go? Oh, there's a thingy. Another thingy. There's his eye. I've been looking for his eye for ages now. Why can I not get my point across? Words are hard. I'm also not reading chat very well, am I? Me and Luna were married. Oh shit! What? I missed that message earlier. After this, let's play Kahoot. What is Kahoot? There was an option for me to work on a jigsaw puzzle solving AI during your last internship and you didn't do it? Disappointed. No, it has to be up, right? Like over here. No? Huh? Some ding-a-ling put that there that's not supposed to be there. That's why I couldn't place the hand, because I was like, no, this ain't right. Do you know what I can do? I think it's vacuum? There we go. So now there's not going to be any stray pieces. Sorry if you organized any pieces, but... Her son exercises his brain puzzle because he needs to keep his brain sharp. Oh. To be a doctor? Yeah. He needs the big brains. So that he can avoid seeing his patients. Question mark. Because he doesn't want to see naked people. I'm like, you're going to have to see naked people someday. He's like, no. He does not want to see naked people. He doesn't want to see a body. Okay, there's a thingy and there's a thingy. And this... There's a lot of like random lines going off of this picture. Yeah. I didn't do it because it seemed too hard. I'd be the only one working on that project. I'd have to do that shit from zero on my own. Yeah, okay, that's fair. It does sound a little bit intimidating. Just watching the hands like scoot about. Ito pants. Pantsu. More pantsu. Leggies. What is this? Whatever it is, it goes there. Oh, it's his other hand. Oh, okay. Oh. Lol. Luna fell asleep? Hell yeah. Hey, Quack Attack. I see you're still where I left you last night. No, I definitely slept. What do you mean? I sleep. I am a adult person who goes to sleep and then wakes up. I mean, technically I do this full time, so like, you know, I should be working hard, yeah? Hardly working hard. So, you know. If you don't find me streaming, you should be like, where does bitch at? Sleepers for a week sounds like what Luna would say. I say it all the time, but I am weak. I need to sleep. I definitely need to sleep. I become very cranky if I don't sleep. Like, I think I'm pretty terrible to be around when I haven't had enough sleep. No, Lilis! Yamete! Stop it! Stop it! Lily! Honky as fuck, Lily. Relax yourself, please, girly. Oh, Lily. Bless you. You animal of a woman. There, I found the demon's abs. 10 out of 10. Why does this look like it's part of his body, but where? Kick W, it's a laughing emote. If you look at on the screen, on the chat, I can make it big for you. It's this one here. Do you see it there? Lily wrote it. It's a laughing face. There we go. It's a laughing face. Oh wait, hold on. I can just go there. Yeah, you'll probably see it in other people's chats as well. Kick W, it's pretty... I want to say pretty common. I mean, it's one of my favorite emotes. If a person were to read my chat with jargon, 90% of the chat, I'm not even joking, would just be kick W's. Jargon and I are horrible abusers of that emote. We use it for everything. It's a punctuation. Instead of saying like, if using a question mark, lol, full stop, it doesn't matter. We will use kick W instead. That's just how we talk. We talk in kick W's. I don't think our conversations are easy to read because of that. It looks like a fucking clusterfuck. It's a mess, but it's okay. Because it's our mess. That's just how we talk. We just send the same emote 40 times. Kick W. Someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone... Oh wait, it was Jargon. I hope he's not here. Here it is. Kick with the one time. I was like, pardon? What now? And I have not given him peace since he said it that way, so... I hope he doesn't watch the VOD. He probably will, though. And then he's gonna come back and be like, what the fuck, man? Under the bus I go. Are you really my friend if I haven't thrown you under the bus at least once in our friendship? You know that one's an emote? That's good. Keku! You use the Chunkla one with me? Yeah, because you deserve Chunkla, Mal. You should get Chunkled. You deserve the Chunkla, so thank you very much. Look at you guys. I'm gonna ignore the fact that I've done a large part of it, but you know. Hey! Don't make me vacuum this shit, because I will. You gonna force my hand? Oh. It didn't work. Is it because you guys are holding it? Oh! What the... Why didn't the vacuum work? What the hell? Oh, Peggy's got one. Who's gonna finish it? No, we're not missing a piece. There's the last piece. Yay! Congrats, guys. Kill and why kill? They're both emotes, but the face is slightly different. Oh, I haven't seen the other one. Okay, we're gonna do another. Hey, Lily! Stop! Look at this. Yeah, you see, she ran away because I was exposing her dirtiness. Dirty pig. Okay. Let's go back. Good job, guys. Ivy requested a fox for Miko. I'm sure there's a lot of fox ones. I know there was definitely, at the very least, red pandas. One is laughing, the other one is a face like, huh? Oh! I want to do a pretty fox. That one's kind of cute. Want to do a Hu Tao one? I mean, we can. It was just like everyone would need to download the picture, which is a little bit annoying to do, to be fair. So I don't know if people want to do that. I don't know if it'll be easier to do. Yeah, let's go with that other cute one. I don't know why there was frogs humping, but okay. I think this one's the cutest one. $150 good? Also, what is Kahoots? You want to do 1K? What the fuck, you guys? You really want me to change it? Not 1K. Surely not. No, I'm gonna be here all day. Let's do 300 for now. Cahoots is fun. I wanted to play Broken Age though. Oh my god. How's there already a non? Who's that? Y'all just keep saying Cahoots is fun, but you're not telling me what it is. This is hell on earth. Why is there so many pieces? This puzzle is also fucking long as shit. There we go. I done my part. Okay, guys, you have to do the rest now. It's a hoot and a half. It's so long. Sorry. It is very long, though. Lily, your organizational skills pain me. The fuck? Ah! Lily! Lily wants to get banned. I don't know why we're putting it over here. Whenever I do this, I just immediately put it onto the thing and I'm like, I'll find where it goes later. This looks distinctly like later's problem. Because once you have all the pieces together, you can kind of just guesstimate where things go. Like, I think this goes this side. Because it's lighter. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It goes somewhere. Y'all are gonna die after this? Because it's gonna take so long, we're gonna be old. Probably. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone dying from a jigsaw puzzle. Wait, what? Do those go together? That's weird. I don't know what they meant hooded, but that's my interpretation. Whether or not that's the case, I don't know. I don't know. But that's how I'm gonna take it. You can die easy from a puzzle? Bunny, what kind of puzzles you doing? The Genshin puzzles? They gonna kill you? What the fuck? It's not this one. Maybe this one? This one? Aha. Then the— oh! Accidentally zooming out. Cool. So glad. Okay, so... gotta have dark on the one— oh, maybe this one? Yeah, boy. No? Is that stuck there? Oh, shit. I don't know if anyone on mobile was able to join for this one. This one? Aha. Okay, and then another dark one, maybe this one? Nothing beats corner pieces. I always start with corner pieces and then go around the edge. Oh, what? That was weird. You saw a man hacking jigsaw puzzles. I don't know what the point of doing that is. I guess just to test it, but I think there's other ways to do that. There's in case you guys need to see the picture again. Oh, I thought it wasn't gonna load. But there we go, it's a little fox. Why the fuck did I get an ad when I clicked on the link? You got an ad? For? The puzzle? I'm not too sure. Thank you for the head pads, Johnny. Alright, what were we doing? The folks.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. How would you know? Can you see me? No, I'm joking. I'll take a sippy now. Here's the fox's face. Dinner arrived. Gonna AFK for a bit. No worries, Puggy. Enjoy Din Dins. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Johnny. I'll be here in chat, just not in the puzzle. Yeah, that's fair. That's what I figured you meant. There's a fox eye. There's another eye. Look at this goofy ass motherfucker. There's another piece with the snoot somewhere. Lily! Lily! I ban you. I ban you, Lily. I ban. Psst, 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 psst. Psst. Don't touch my meme lord over here. This is what the puzzle must look like. That is his face now. How do you change your name? So at the top there's a little cog and it lets you change your name and the color of your hand. Bum, 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 bum. Who did? Oh my god. Who did? You did. You did if you touch in my fox face. I'll tell you that much. Oh, I thought it was his snoot. Maybe it's the bottom of the eye. Who did? You did. No touchy. No touchy. Look at my beautiful boy. Does boy wanna die? Look at that face. Is it not beautiful? I thought it was an indie game about the saw. Also, Hero, nice tick. Congrats on partner. I saw you made a post a while ago on the tweeters, and I was around a bit for the sushi stream. Sorry, I didn't say anything. Congrats! That's super exciting. You worked really hard. Boop on the snoot? No boops. Ain't no booping. No booping allowed. This poor fox. Oh man. Oh Lily, you know Hero? You haven't slept? Hero. Okay, Kaya's busy up there doing something. I don't know what's going on here, but that looks like your piece, not mine. Oh shit! Zombie movies? Oh gosh. Listen, I've watched Hero kill people in Dead by Daylight. If you want to be killed in a very calm, soothing manner, chat to Hero. He can help you out. It's weird. I have so many friends who are like that when they play it. I'm just like, what the fuck, man? How can you be so relaxed? Thank you for the head pats. This fox is Wait. Oh my god, I am a menace. Truly, I am a menace. Wait, it got better. It looks like how they draw foxes in cartoons. Oh, okay, let's be serious for a second. Are there any more jaw pieces? Huh? Hooded? Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? Not my boy. Not my good boy. This is a tough one. You guys made me do this, and now what? Now I must just suffer here. Have we made any progress? Why am I on 29 pieces? No? No. It's gotta be this side, right? What does it look like again? Whoa! Thank you, Cuddle. You guys? Yes? Puggy? Okay, that's stuck. We've done like nothing, Puggy, since you left. You got some serious work to do when you get back. Where's this eye go? Picasso ass looking fox. You were drained by Liliana's deep abyss. Oh god. Did you have to do Lily's abyss? Probably scuffed teams because all she does is rub Ito's abs all day. Doesn't build characters, only touch abs. You said we chose this? We did not choose. No, no, no. You guys chose the size. People were asking for 1,000 piece. Right? People asked me to figure it out by myself. What the fuck? Have you played Portal with anyone? Because I feel like that would be really shit to do by yourself. Oh god. But you guys did request the size, the puzzle size. This would have been a lot easier if the puzzle pieces were bigger. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I put it as 160. Everyone was like, no, make it 1,000. Mwah. But now it's my fault. Now I'm the one to blame for this nonsense going on. Unbelievable. Be right back.
Oh. Ah. This is fun.
Sorry, I heard a noise in the house and I was like, what the fuck? It was just Ray. He got back home. He went to go buy coffee because we ran out. Want to know the funny part with Portal? Yes! Hero, hit me. Your character's okay, you're still neglecting a few. You've got homework to do. Lily, there's a very simple to follow guide on my server if you do need help. But you're probably fine. You play Portal for the first time, starting the game at 10 hours in the stream. Finish the entire game. Oh shit! You did the same. Oh, that's one of the sad things about Portal. It's a really good game, but it's fairly short. Like, I don't have a lot of hours in Portal. I don't remember how long it took me. But I know Portal 2 I've finished a few times. I keep replaying it with people because I just really enjoy it. But it doesn't last very long. It's like a couple hours of lols and then it's gone. It's very sad. It's a very good game though. Highly recommend if you want to troll your friends. If you're really tired, Portal will last forever. Oh no! Oh man. Hero, is your stream schedule gonna settle a bit more after reaching partner? Are you gonna get some kind of like strict schedule going on? Cause I know your streams are normally very fucking long. Whoops. There's like blurry background here. Thanks guys. Thanks for the blurry background. Hero doesn't sleep at all. You would think so with the hours, cause when is there time to do anything? There isn't. Your Chrome crashed? You should be able to rejoin, Stitch. You can chat in the evening, go to sleep, and when I wake up, he's still alive. Yeah, exactly. Because we're roughly in the same time zone, Lily. Waiting for content creation teams to be ready, then I'll be able to add more variety and edit it for content. Hell yeah! Cuddle, I probably won't be playing Kahoot. That wasn't the plan for today. So likely not going to be happening. But I can look into it for another time. You don't sleep long enough? Oh, Hero, I can't believe you just said that. The man who doesn't sleep said that we don't sleep for long enough, Lily. The sheer audacity. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I can't believe you've done this, Hero. It's giving you a headache? Your brain is too small? Sorry. Sorry, I'm missing some messages. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. You need to take a break to sip sip. What you sipping, Lily? You went crazy. Wait, is Dia already out? Did I miss that? Triple crowned, weapons farmed, everything. Hey, nice, Johnny. Congrats. I'm still saving. You got a nice 6 hours. Hi, Jolly. How are you? You guys getting sleep? Listen, you're a student. You don't get sleep. Did you not hear about it yet? No, I didn't. You gonna be back later? Sure. Next Wednesday? Oh, so what have you been farming? Oh, you've just been pre-farming for her. Don't feel guilty on your supporters if you need a break. We understand fully. Yeah. 200% support. Yes, you gotta take care of yourself. And that goes to all streamer friendos, not just Hero. Yeah, to all of Lily's streamer friendos. Not me, but all of Lily's streamer friendos, yeah. Remove your message? No, it's fine. It's fine, Hero. Normally, what I will do is like, okay, I grouped some of these pieces together. But when there's multiple hands, it's a little bit harder to... It's very hard to, to organize anything, so just letting people vibe. There is some kind of organization, like there's some blurry background pieces here, there's some darker pieces here. Someone was doing... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Some people were doing lighter pieces at the top here, so there is some organization going. It's a little chaotic, but it's going. Sleep, don't know. Yeah, apparently no one knows what sleep is, yeah. None y'all taking care of yourselves. This looks like a Whiskas. No. What is this bit? Oh, is it the oh, it is the fucking whiskers. Why was I putting it on the side of his face? What an idiot. What a chop, man. What is this color? Must be lower down, I think. Oh, it's by this. Aha! Very know what sleep is. She's just not very nice to me. Mood. Cooking stuff and teaching French. Oh shit! Who are you teaching French to?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hope you're doing good, daddy.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, daddy. Hee. I don't think there's any sky visible in this, so if we have light colors like that, it's most likely the fox's face, like this one. This one I'm unsure about. The direction of the fur is a little confusing sometimes. Ivy, did you manage to get into this one? You want to teach someone some Japanese? But she doesn't want to study katakana? No, she's lazy. She's lazy. Get the chanka. No, don't. What? Man, the fur direction is so confusing. There we go. Where's this guy's other ear? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you for the lucky stitch. Kinda forgot I was still at work. Oh my god. You have a banana gun? Oh my god. You bringing a knife to a banana gun fight? This game is much less ragey when you aren't doing it. Hi Fuzzy! How are you? I see your banana and raise you a gun? Oh my god. Just Hero and Lily casually having an epic battle in the chat. Whose side is everyone on? Pick your alliance. Are you Team Lily or Team Hero? Who do you think is gonna win this epic battle? Just at your hometown. You're practicing crochet? What are you making? Your money's on Lily? Have you been to a Hero stream before though? There's a specific piece that I'm looking for. But I cannot see it. Drop the follow, hell yeah! Hero is a very calm killer. Which would be a weird thing to say if I wasn't talking about a video game, but you know. Oh, this is the one I was looking for. Got him. This is too dark. I think this is the VOD. This one's also VOD. VOD color. Call me raging. Puzzle Link! Yes, yes, sorry. I think I can just give you this one. Why the fox look sad? Do you think he looks sad? I think he's just straight up vibing. Look at his little foots down there. I think he's pretty chill. You're making a coaster and a whale? Whoever's gonna swipe the most will win. It's the battle of the whales. The swipes. Welcome back, Ivy! Also, anyone is welcome to join. The link is there. Do you do account flexes? But it just wants to flex. These ones all stuck, right? I have trust issues now from last time. Chaos. Dan? Damn, Daniel! Back on your bullshit again! I actually saw the original Damn Daniel video on YouTube, not on YouTube, on Twitter the other day. That's why I've been saying it. Oh man. Fucking blast from the past, man. Huh? I want to vacuum just to destroy everyone's little piles, but I think that's a bit too mean. But if you guys do want to vacuum if it's looking a little disordered, feel free to let me know. Hero made your Hutao hit 71k, her best yet, so I trust this ball with my account. That's good. Damn. How can I change my name? At the top there's the little cog. There you can adjust your name and your color. Do it? Everyone's saying do it. Is everyone fine with me vacuuming? It's gonna wiggle the pieces around a bit, but it's gonna make it a little bit more condensed. If anyone objects, then I won't do it. You can't ask their permission, must I just do it? Okay, Puggy's saying no. Is this how I end our friendship? Like, why did you guys stop being friends? Well, Tato vacuumed. No context. Just say Tato vacuumed. Okay, I won't. I had to ask first. Like, what if someone was busy with something and I just destroyed all? I think it won't, like, completely destroy it. I think it'll just shift it so that it's neat. But it'll still kind of be ordered. I'm gonna say that now anyways. Tweet about it and everything. Oh my god, Lily. Someone fucked your shit up? Okay. If Puggy says it's okay to vacuum, then I don't fear her wrath. Boop! Goodbye! See, it just kind of like puts it together. Sometimes it's a bit messy in the way that it does it, but you know. Is anyone busy with something? That was painful? What do you mean painful? It was a necessary evil. It needed to be done. Maxio1 Wobble is determined to put that piece somewhere. There's all the fox fur bits sitting at the top here. There's another one. And another one. How floofy is the inside of the fox's ear? Hmm. That's a weird piece. I don't know what to do with that. This is ear though, I think. Woo!
Maxio1 Wobble is trying his best.
Oh man. This is what y'all asked for. Y'all asked for such a big puzzle, not me. Not me. I was gonna make it smaller. You guys were like, no, make it 1,000. Cause you hate me? Question mark? I don't know. You hate yourselves, perhaps?
Double wobble bubble trouble.
Whoa! In public? Where other people can hear you say that? I'm supposed to be eating my dinner right now, but puzzle first. Oh my god. No, eat your dinner while you do puzzle. Eat your dinner. Don't let it get cold. You getting dizzy? Yes, please go eat. Get out of here. The puzzle will probably still be here when you're done. It's not that I have no faith. It's just that this puzzle is a lot, you know? You know what I'm saying? We need to finish this in 10 minutes. You need to leave. Guys, we have 10 minutes. Okay. There's the timer at the top. We have 10 minutes. Then Puggy needs to leave. Where you going, Puggy? Are you going out? Without me? I like how we're all just picking up pieces that look like that. I used to, because Jargon and I would sometimes just randomly do puzzles, I would just look at the shape of the puzzle. I would not look at the color or anything. Just look for the shape that fits in there. No worries, Ivy. Take care. Whiskers. Sometimes it's hard to see what the thing is in the puzzle piece until you actually place it and you're like, oh, it's this. And then it just makes a lot of sense. Because like the whisker ones, I could never figure out what they were until I placed it and I'm like, oh. You know? There's a little paw somewhere over here. Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you, Lich. How are you doing? Oh, Puggy. Puggy, you do have friends. What are you talking about? Is it just something that you watch online? You watch at home? They should have like sporting events. You probably still wouldn't want to leave the house, but they should have like sporting events for like esports like that. Can't quite tell where this is meant to go. There. You stole Hero's piece? Oh my god. I've done that before, Lily. Sometimes the pieces just like stick and you're the one with the stronger grip, so you run away. You run away with their piece. It do be like that sometimes. You can't help it? I mean, maybe you could, Lily. You just chose not to. It was a conscious decision on your behalf to be a little shit. It's fine. I understand, Lily. You were just born this way, right? Bound this way. Bound a little shit, gonna die a little shit. But we love you. Just the way you are. Lily! Thank you for the head pat. I love you, Lily. Hey, Footsack. Your mama, Lily. Why you touching my stuff? Them's the toe beans. There's the beans. The beans are done. Hell yeah. Completed the beans. Nice. Are you winning, son? Yeah. We still have 4 minutes before Puggy needs to go. We're almost done with the puzzle. I'm doing good, Odite. How are you? This last part's gonna be pretty shitty, I'm not gonna lie. Because it's a lot of the same color background. Less talking, more puzzles. Puggy has spoken, guys. Oh! I didn't realize that was right. I was putting it down because I was trying to move the puzzle around. This is the last chaotic bit. Where, like, everyone's trying to put something in. Whoops. Oh. The fuck? I'm just breaking my shit. Oh, there was more stuff at the bottom. God damn it. Yay! Look at you guys. Only took us 45 minutes. My god. Lily! Don't make me vacuum.
Excuse me.
You guys are little shits. His hero is the one holding it. Oh, he's not. Who is it? Neuro Nemo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Come on, guys, finish the puzzle. Don't be like this. I'm not gonna do puzzles with you again if you're gonna be little nonsenses. Thank you. How did you lose a piece? I didn't lose a piece. Someone was hiding a piece because they were being little shits. Congrats, guys. No one tell her son that we did such a big puzzle without him. You're free, Puggy. Okay, you pet the fox. Give him head pats and ear scritches and a boop on the nose. And some belly rubs. What a good boy! Good job, guys. I'm skilled somewhere. Screw the abyss. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Anyway, I do have a point redeem for the puzzles. So if you guys want to do more puzzles, that's what it's for. That's actually the first time it was redeemed. So we did the boy. The boy is done. Head pats for the boy. Lily hit it? I definitely believe that it was Lily. Oh, thank you for the onigiris. Kaya, I hope you finished eating. The hand just disappears. Okay, so let's get back to what I was supposed to play today. It's so cheap for such a time-consuming thing. What, puzzles? This shit's free. All it requires is a sacrifice of your mental health. Oh, this game is very needy. It always like steals everything. It steals my display, it steals my mouse, everything is gone. Goodbye, Puzzle Fox. And I think I'm just gonna pause the music as well, because this game's got vibey as hell music. So alright. Oh, the redeem? Well, look, I wasn't really expecting it to take 45 minutes. I'm not gonna lie. We don't normally take that long to solve puzzles, because we don't normally make them that big. But you guys asked, so I was like, fuck it, why not? And then that happened, so, you know. We're gonna go back to playing Broken Age. You guys have been probably watching me play this for days now, so you know. I have like 40 things open, just a sec. Do I need all of these things? You falling asleep? Hell yes.
2 hours later.
Go sleep, hero. Sweetest dreams. Where is my game? Where is my game? Here is my game. Is he showing now? He is showing. Fantastic. Hi, Alpha Lily! How are you? The hand disappeared because it was discovered. I didn't finish eating yet. You said you were feeling dizzy. You better go eat. You better finish your food. You outies, enjoy Puggy! Dun, dun, dun. I'm doing okay. Bum, bum, bum. How far did I get? Where am I? Oh, I'm a bit stuck. Where is her son when you need him?
Is this the brain? Looks important, but also super fake. Must be a decoy.
Oh? A decoy? I can't remember if I came to any conclusions last night of what I need to do. Would be mean if I request a puzzle before Puggy leaves. Well, technically Puggy's already gone. Puggy has left the building. Puggy's off to go watch people fight each other or something.
Hey there.
Back to the Nexus? Here goes nothing. Thanks for choosing teleportation.
Now it's even bigger.
Don't push it, honey. Come back through me before you pop.
Okay, is it actually bigger or like... It does look bigger. It does look cartoonishly large.
Hello in there.
Who's out there? I can barely hear you.
It's me, Shay.
You sound kind of funny. It must be the intercom.
Yes.
But still, I need a little more proof, Shay. I mean, whoever you are. I want to believe it's you, Shay, but everything is just
Progress.
so strange right now. First the crash, and then my controls went dead, and now I can't reach your father. I don't know who to trust.
Thank you for the
So just
luckies.
make me feel better by answering a few easy questions, okay?
Okay.
Sure.
All right. First question. What was the name of your favorite stuffed animal as a child?
Captain? Von Tickletummy.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Captain Von Tickletummy. I see. You're not my son.
Fuck!
No, wait. I was thinking of my second favorite toy. Let me try that again. Hello?
Damn it.
It's me, Shay. Mog.
Go on.
Shafra.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Mog Chothra? I see. You're not my son.
I think I need to do some more research.
Man, I don't want to go do research. What happened?
I just know the answer's
Oh.
in here somewhere.
Why did it teleport me here? Fuck. Okay. I guess I have to do research.
Apparently, these people had giant monster spaceship technology before they perfected color photography.
I know there's like tons of clues in these pictures.
Looks like a note written by a little kid. Dear Shoe Fairy, thanks for the shoes. Aw, the red striped ones were cool, and so were the green ones with skulls.
Okay, he asked for... I remember that one from yesterday.
What a sad sack. What a sad sack.
Mood.
Looks like some sort of medical report. Metabot exam report. Patient
Why
continues
sleep, no
normal
work? You know
healthy
sleep?
development. Unlike his first 5 years, this year has been marked by a remarkable growth spurt. In 1 year, he has grown.
Okay, so...
It's a painting of what looks like a red
Boots? None of these things were about plushies, I don't think.
I wonder if he lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did. I'll give this guy one excuse.
He did have a weird childhood.
That train wreck looks like ominous foreshadowing to me. Shay's first space.
Ah, I looked at all of this stuff yesterday, but I don't think any of it was
Shay
helpful.
Volta, Best Actor,
Purple Boots, the musical. There's nothing about a plushie that I remember.
I don't want to cut that.
Bitch, I do. None of these were about plushies.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, Mel. Fingers crossed.
How's it going, Dragon?
Please count fingers and toes before leap.
It's me, Shay. Miss Huggy.
Oh shit, I skipped the question.
Snuggle.
What? I never called you that. Whoever you are.
Damn it.
Oh.
Okay, let's try again. Okay. Okay, Cupcake has featured twice in the answers, so...
What?
Ah!
I never called you that.
I got bamboozled.
Whoever you are.
But
Oh.
it's me, Shay. Ask me a personal question and I'll prove it to you.
Okay. Of all my little pet names for you, which one was your favorite?
Grumpy Buns?
Grumpy Buns.
What? I never called
Oh
you
man,
that.
I'm getting bamboozled.
Whoever you are.
But
Oh.
it's me.
Punky Pie?
Punky Pie.
What?
None of those are
I never told you
answers.
that. Whoever you are.
Am I getting bamboozled? There's no actual real answer in those.
It's me. Please, can we not do this?
That's exactly what you used
Oh.
to say all the time. You
That's
hated
fair.
my nicknames.
Ninja did his cat thing and threw up, so I got up to clean and now sleep has abandoned me. Oh man. I have that issue as well. Once I'm awake, I'm
I
awake.
used to make my son new space boots every year until his 9th birthday, when he insisted on machine-made boots from the replicator.
Uh-oh.
As he would surely remember, I tried to keep things fresh by never repeating a color or a pattern. So, please tell me what was the color, size, and pattern of his very first space boots.
Red.
And the size?
Fuck. I don't remember the size.
Size 5.
And the pattern?
I think it was stripes?
Stripes.
Oh.
Oh,
I
fuck, it
really
wasn't
thought
stripes.
It was you.
Hi.
So it was red. Size 5.
Size 5.
Because they... The green ones had the skulls.
Solid.
Oh.
What the fuck? Oh, it's making me go back.
That does it. I need to make a chart to keep these clues straight. I'll just take some of this paper and one of these crayons here. And voila. Well, hard part's done. Now I just have to fill it in. Looks like a note. Looks like a note written by a little kid.
How quickly she forgets
Dear
your wrong
shoe
answer.
fairy,
Yeah, we've gone through a couple
thanks for
different
the
questions
shoes.
now.
Aw, the red striped ones were cool, and so
Red
were the
striped?
green ones with skulls. But next year, could I please have red shoes with skulls? Please, please, please.
What?
Thanks, Shay. Sheesh. Demanding.
Okay.
I think I have all the clues I need. I just have to put them together to fill out this chart.
So how do I do that
I
then?
think I have all the clues I need. I just have to put them together to fill out this chart.
So
That is the happiest snake attack victim I've ever
these
seen.
are size 7 with skulls, but there's no color there.
I think I have all the clues I need.
Oh, it's
I
age
just have to
7?
put them together to fill out this chart.
But it won't let me. How do I?
I think I have all the
How am I supposed
clues
to?
I need. I just have to put them together to fill out this chart. It's a painting of what looks. I'll give this guy one excuse.
Age 8 he had blue
He had a
boots.
weird childhood. Shay's first space boots, age 5. Cute, but I wish they weren't bronzed. I can't tell what color they are.
So they're polka dots. Age 5.
Looks like some sort of medical report.
How do I, if I
Metabot
can't write
exam
on the
report.
piece of paper, how am I supposed to make note of any of this
Patient
shit?
continues normal, healthy development. Unlike his first 5 years, this year has been marked by a remarkable growth spurt. In 1 year, he has grown 2 inches taller and gained 3 shoe sizes. Splarg therapy appears to
So
be
this is
working.
supposed to... I'm supposed to be able to fill these out based on the clues, but I don't understand.
It's a painting of what looks like a red boot. I think I have all the clues I need. I just have to put them together to fill out this chart.
How? I'm so confused.
Mel.
Hey, Val.
Because I don't have a pen or anything.
I don't want to cut that.
I do.
I don't think this helmet would do much good there. The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray.
Hmm.
Goes nothing.
Sussy Santa. You'll miss it when it's gone? Why? Where's it going?
Miss you already.
Now it's even bigger.
Don't push it, honey. Come back through me before you pop.
Alright. No!
So
Fuck!
nice to meet you, people.
Oh my god. I make a wrong click.
Make sure to give me a
Make sure to...
so much.
Shush! You, robot lady. Give me peace, man. I just wanna go this way. I don't know how I'm supposed to make note of those things if I have no way to actually write.
Hi. Red. Size 5. Polka dot.
Oh,
Oh?
I think I need to do some more research.
No! Don't teleport me again. For fuck's sakes.
I just know the answer's in here somewhere.
It was meant to be gone already, but someone disappeared, so it remains for now. Ah, I see, I see. How am I don't understand how I'm supposed to make notes on this.
I think I have all the clues I need. I just have to put them together to fill out this chart.
That's so dumb that I can't actually, like, write on it. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something? I'm supposed to have something. But it's fine. Alright, let's start with this one again.
That is the happiest snake attack victim I've ever seen.
So the sizes, the shoe sizes go from 3 to 6. The ages go from 5 to 8. So I'm guessing the 7 there must be the age? Like it has to be, right? So at 7 years old, he had skulls. Hold on, wait. Maybe I can just take a screenshot and then mark it on the screenshot.
I think I have all the
Bum 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 bum. Because I think that'll give me peace.
clues I need. I just have to put them together to fill out the...
Yeah, I gotta make a snippy, but for some reason it like minimized the game now. God damn it. Why are you like this?
this chart.
It's still there. Oh my, I'm gonna cry. It is minimizing the fucking game. I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, it worked that time. Okay. The only problem is this game is like very greedy, so like if I try and like tab out, it gets fussy.
I have all the clues
Okay.
I need.
Don't need this. Ah!
I just have...
Brain is 0.
Apparently, these people had giant monster spaceship technology.
Okay, so size
before
7
they
had
perfected
skulls on it. And she also said that she never repeated stuff. It looks like his first boots would have had polka dots. And before the skulls, he had stripes. Which means that was the last one was a solid one. He had green with the skulls and red stripes. Let's see what else we can find. What was this? When he was 8, he had blue. They were blue solid. Okay, which means the first ones had to be red. So red polka dot, but the size.
Weird childhood.
Weird childhood. There was a medical report there that had information
Looks
about
like
the...
some sort of medical report. Metabot exam report. Patient continues normal, healthy development. Unlike his first 5 years, this year has been marked by a remarkable growth spurt. In 1 year, he has grown 2 inches taller and gained 3 shoe sizes. Splarg therapy appears to be working. Splarg? I wonder if he lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did.
So the only one that's not clear is the shoe sizes.
Looks like some sort of medical report. Metabot exam report. Patient continues normal, healthy development. Unlike his first 5 years, this year has been marked by a remarkable growth spurt. In 1 year, he has grown 2 inches taller and gained 3 shoe sizes. Splarg therapy appears to be working. Splarg?
Does that mean at 6 he was wearing a size 6? Let's go try.
Hey Mel.
Hey, Val.
Melonville.
It's so nice to de-res new people. Bye-bye.
Think so? I don't know, man. They give very limited info on the shoe sizes. Worst case, I get sent back to the room, so, you know.
Hi, it's me, Shay. Red.
And the size?
Yeah, so we only get 3, 4, 5, 6. And it said, unlike his first 5 years of age, in his 6th year, he went up 3 sizes. So he must have started at a size 3.
And pattern.
Polka dot.
Oh.
No!
Oh, I really thought it was...
I just know the answer's in here somewhere.
Shut up.
Shay's first... Shay Volta, Best Actor, Purple Boots, the musical. It's a painting of what looks like a red boot. Safety award, aquatics category.
Yeah, I don't think those give any info.
I'll bet someone was trying to knit socks and they ended up too long. And so...
I wonder if anyone's ever actually had that, where they were like, I'm gonna make socks, and then it got unbelievably long and they were like, nah, it's fine.
I wonder if he lost his...
No, he didn't, Bella.
That train wreck looks like ominous foreshadowing to me. I'll give
Okay,
this
age
guy
8 is
one
definitely
excuse.
blue,
He had a weird
solid.
childhood. I wonder
Oh
if
wait,
he
that's his
lost
teeth
his...
again. The boots don't tell us anything besides first boots.
But I wish they weren't bronzed. I can't tell what color they are.
Pretty sure they were red though, because the painting next to that is red boots.
I think I have
Medical
all the
report,
clues I
fireman
need.
jar.
I
Teeth
just
in
have
the
to
jar. Wait, what? What does the teeth in the jar tell us?
I wonder if he lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did.
Age 6? What has that got to do with...
I wonder if he lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did.
That doesn't really tell us much.
Looks like a note
Let's see.
written by a little kid. Dear Shoe Fairy, thanks for the shoes. Aw, the red striped ones were cool, and so were the green ones with skulls. But next year, could I please have red shoes with skulls? Please, please, please. Thanks, Shay. Sheesh. Demanding.
Oh, maybe his first shoes weren't red. Because it was... Okay, definitely blue, solid, for age 8. He got the greens...
Looks like a note written by a little kid. Dear Shoe Fairy, thanks for the shoes. Aw, the red striped ones were
Red
cool,
stripe.
and so were the green ones with skulls. But next year, could I please have red shoes with skulls? Please, please, please. Thanks, Shay. Sheesh. Demanding.
So what? It was... But the first one looked like polka dot shoes. I'm confused. So it was red with stripes, and then green with skulls, and then he wanted red. There's no talk of purple. There is the purple shoe thing, but I don't think that's the thing. So red, and then skulls. But his mother didn't repeat. So... At least that's what she said. These were his first ones though. They look like they have polka dots.
Space boots, age 5. Cute, but I wish they weren't bronzed. I can't tell what color they are.
This is so confusing. Okay, hold on. Let me just clear off the chart that I'm drawing on. Okay, so... Okay, the first ones have to be polka dots, right? But we don't know the color, maybe? Because then his next pair were red, and then green, but then he wanted red again, which I don't think he got because at age 8 he had blue. The blue ones were definitely solid, and the green ones were skulls, whereas the red ones were stripes. Does that mean his first boots were purple polka dots? Because there's a thing here.
Shea Volta, Best Actor,
Purple Boots.
the musical.
And I'm pretty sure his first pair of boots had to be the smallest size, because if he went up a size dramatically... Let's try it.
Hey, Mel.
Hey there.
Worst case, we come back here and we try again. I suck at these kinds of
You
things.
haven't eaten in at least an hour, have you?
Hi, Ambert! I really suck at these things. I sucked at Cluedo growing up because
Fingers and toes before leaving teleporter.
Now
I mix up
even
details.
bigger.
Don't push it, honey. Come back through me before you pop.
Before you pop. What if I want to pop, lady? Hmm? Let me live my life. Damn. Yum 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 yum.
Hi. Purple.
And the size?
Size 3.
And the pattern?
What did I say? It was polka dots.
Polka dot.
Oh.
Ah!
Oh, I really thought it was you, Shay. Leave me alone, whoever you are.
I think I need to do some more research. I just know the answer's in here somewhere.
I'd be better at this, not at 6 AM. Okay, let's go through it again slowly.
All the clues I
Teeth
need.
in jar.
I just have to put them together.
Bronze
to fill out
boots
this
make a
chart.
report. I don't know what info I'm supposed to get from the teeth though.
I wonder if he lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did.
I mean, the lid is
wonder if he
blue.
lost his first teeth by licking a moving beater, like I did. Apparently, these people had giant monster spaceship technology before they perfected color photography.
Oh. When he was 7 years old, he lost his incisors. So when he was 7, he went up 3 sizes. But is the number on the boot the shoe size or his age? It can't be his age, right? It has to be his size. But that's not data on the chart. The chart has 5, 6, 7, 8 as ages, with 3, 4, 5, 6 as sizes. But he was 6 years 6 years old in this picture. He was 6 years old in this picture, right? I'm starting over. He was 6 years old in this picture because that's when he lost his teeth. So at 6 years old, he had the green skulls. Before that, he had the red... No, but he couldn't have had red stripes before. Because weren't his first ones polka dots? So he was size 4? I mean, we can try. But I thought his first ones were the red polka dots. Because then the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. Well, let's give it a try. Still a bit unsure. Because the bronzed ones have got polka dots on them.
Close your eyes and don't look down.
But he had red stripe before he had the green skull.
Show.
Now it's even bigger.
Don't push it, honey. Come back.
Or is that information just to confuse me? It's fine, let's try. Like I said, worst case, we go back to that room. Now we have to think more.
Hi, it's me, Shay. Red.
And the size?
Size 4.
I'm gonna try polka dots.
Polka dot.
Oh!
Shay!
thinking too. I thanked too hard. Whoa!
You're not a computer.
You're not Shay.
That's Commander Shepard! Guys, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for your assistance.
Oh, who are you? What have you done to our ship? Where's my son?
You crazy lady.
Where's the big mom computer that controls this ship?
Mom computer? What are you talking about?
Who are you? And why have you been kidnapping girls with this ship?
She's beating up a teenage girl, right?
My name is Bella Tartine. I shot down your ship.
What? Why? We are an unarmed deep space vessel on a peaceful mission.
The wolf told me about you.
Okay, now just calm down. You need some help.
You are not in space. Look at that window.
Well, not anymore. You shot us down.
No, you were never in space. It's all fake. The stars are on the inside. On the outside, you're a monster.
But...
She's right, my friend.
There he is. That's the wolf I was talking about.
That voice.
Hey, why aren't you trapped under that junk anymore?
I am no wolf, am I, Hope? I'm an old friend.
What the
Marakai,
fuck?
what are you doing here?
Put the hood back on, man.
Operation Dandelion for you. I'm sorry that we had to keep some aspects of the mission secret from you and your family.
But how are you? You said our world was dying.
It was, but then you went forth and found our salvation, as so many have before you.
The Mogs.
Sorry about the outer space theatrics.
Just a precaution.
Cover that thing, yeah, gosh, there's children watching.
As some of your predecessors did.
We were never in space?
No. Loruna is a great empire unto itself, but is part of this very same planet.
Oh my
Beyond
god.
The plague dam.
Funny you should mention that, Bella, because here we are.
Oh.
Now, while I prepare the ship for sterilization, you two sit tight and relax, and know that you are contributing to the well-being of many generations to come.
Captain, up here. I'm a weapon.
Oh my god, is it a fork?
Hey, look.
It is a fork!
I'd have a full set if I could just find the...
Oh, I wouldn't bring up the SPOON if I were you. Tiny here broke his heart, so he volunteered for a suicide mission.
You shut your mouth, Dutch.
Hey, don't worry. I won't tell him who you dumped him for.
Yikes.
There's a lot of drama with the cutlery, damn. Okay.
This is a sweet picture.
Yeah, it helps me remember. He wasn't always a teenager.
No shit.
Hey there. Hope?
Bella, was it?
So, I'm getting the feeling that you weren't behind all these kidnappings.
What kidnappings?
This ship. On the outside, it's built to look like a monster.
This shit is insane.
Every 14 years, a ship like yours comes to a village like mine, and we offer sacrificial maidens to it, so it won't destroy the town.
What the fuck is this story, though?
And then the monster, your ship, takes some of the maidens away forever.
This all sounds so crazy. But it sounds exactly like the kind of scheme the Thrush would come up with.
The Thrush?
Sorry I lied about being your son. The wolf said, well, I'm just sorry.
It's okay. I don't blame you.
Sounds like Marikai has been fooling all of us for a long time.
How can we get out of here?
I locked the door manually before, but now I imagine Marikai's locked it himself. Our only hope is if there are systems he's overlooked.
I'm going to find a way out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna try to think of a way too.
Hassan, good morning.
What's this?
Oh, that's just my central control sphere. I used it to keep a watch on the ship. Make little changes here and there.
Mind if I try it?
Sure, but I'm sure Marikai shut down most of the remote features by now.
Whoa. Does this mean we get to be the orb now?
Hey, I can see the outside of our door. Looks like the controls have been sabotaged.
Really? Oh, if I could just get out there, I'll bet I could fix them.
Well, yeah, but if we could get out there, we wouldn't need...
Yeah, I know. But still.
Your body's super tired. You've been oversleeping. And they were fixing your electricity. What was wrong with your electricity?
Oh, I guess that sparking panel had its power shut off for a reason.
Oops.
Whoops. Yep, those controls are pretty fried.
No, wait a second. They took out all the old cables and put new ones? Oh, that's nice. For the whole neighborhood? Oh shit. So was it off for a while?
Ooh, I think I can lock and unlock doors.
Yeah.
Hey, I can see other rooms.
Yeah, but probably only the ones Marikai doesn't care about.
Hey, cheer up. That's better.
Oh, there's a time delay?
This door won't open.
Oh.
Marikai intends for us to stay put.
Oh, okay. I can't leave. Okay. I thought I was gonna be able to go out. They cut electricity 2 times the last 2 weeks? Oh, damn. But it's gonna help, right? How's Tato doing today? I'm doing okay. So what is the point of this? I mean, it opens the door. Oh.
Unlocked.
Hmm. Whoa!
Is that a box of cereal?
Hmm. Usually they try to fix stuff, most of the time they make it worse.
Unlocked. Someone should really fix that. That's some bad wiring there. How does this thing work?
Ah.
There they go. That's the spirit. That's my gal. Hey.
Whoa.
You got a flashlight? Unlock. How does this thing work? Uh-oh. Made it pretty dark over there.
Hmm.
Cheer up. That's a bad wiring.
I'm just clicking on everything.
Hey, hold that open for me, would ya? Hey, what rats? Must be a different system or something. What a rip. Hey, I think we need a safety light over here. Someone should really fix that. Look at her go. Fixing problems just as quickly as, well, as I caused them.
I put my PS on silent mode to download The Witcher, but since they cut the electricity, it's gonna restart from the beginning. Oh no!
Locked. Unlocked.
So...
Let's see what's going on. Unlocked.
do I have to guide this little robot through?
Peekaboo. Locked. Locked. Anyone in here? Wow, those arms are strong. Yes, pick that up. Thank you. And now... wait, what are you doing? Oh, hey, cheer up. Everything's going to be... Sorry.
Whoops.
Aww.
Taco Pill Tuesday. Okay, so what I think I need to do is open the door, and I need to get this robot to go somewhere for me. But I don't know where I need to make it go.
Let's try this. Hey, I think we need a safety light over here.
I'm not sure. It's fine, let's give it a try. Whoa!
I never thought Malchatra would be so full of smiles.
Good morning! Give me my cereals!
A smile makes everything seem better, don't you think?
Why you not give me the cereal? It did it once and now it's like, nah. No more cereal for you. Huh. Did I do something wrong?
Locked. Unlocked. That's the spirit.
I am confusion. You need to get breakfast? Then go do it. Lazy is not an excuse.
Mirakai.
Yes?
Can a robot bring it to me? No.
Why did you shut me into this room?
You just shut down our ship, and therefore had to be incapacitated. You're a dangerous girl, Vela. Something tells me we don't even know yet how much.
Where are you taking us? And why?
To the Red Hangar for processing.
Processing? As in, like, paperwork? Are the girls you kidnapped really still on board? Or did you lie about that too?
They're all on board and secured in a safe room, including you.
Is there really a plague on this side of the dam?
Yes, there is a plague, but not in Lorona. The plague is
What?
you and your kind. No offense. Our people are the noble result of thousands of years of rigorous and expensive genetic curation. We built the dam to keep out the genetic plague of the Badlands.
Wow.
Again, no offense.
If we're a plague, why did you kidnap so many of us?
Although it pains me to admit it, you spawns of chaos have something that we lost along the way and have not been able to simulate. Something unnameable and primitive. Maybe even brutish, but essential.
Mac
to
and
our
cheese?
survival.
Hell yeah.
What is it?
Maybe you don't understand what unnameable means?
This guy.
That boy, her son, what's his part in this?
Shay was raised outside of the nurturing atmosphere of Loruna so that he would be, some would say, weak enough, but I would add sensitive enough to select the subjects who fill the holes, as it were, in our collective family tree.
This just gets creepier and creepier.
Not everyone has the stomach for perfection.
You lied to me. She's not a computer.
I never said she was a computer.
She's not behind the kidnappings. You are.
I never said she was behind the kidnappings.
You weren't trapped under that junk.
I never... Well, okay, you got me on that one. I could be a little over-dramatic about physical pain.
We want out of this
What is
room.
going on?
Trust me, it's safer with you in there.
How are we safer in here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant safer to me.
I gotta go.
Yes, relax and enjoy.
Bella said no. Okay, I want to ask my twin, but I know the answer. She had breakfast 7 hours ago. Also, welcome back. Welcome back, Ivy.
Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
How can we get out of here?
I locked the door manually before, but now I imagine Marikai's locked it himself. Our only hope is if there are systems he's overlooked.
I'm going to find a way out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna try to think of a way too.
This lady controlled this ship for how long and she can't figure out a way to deal with this. Doubt. But it's gotta be with the little robot, right?
Cheer up.
Because we managed to get him out already, but... So I think if the face is red, it means the door is locked. What was that?
Hey, I think we need a safety light over here. That wasn't good. Uh-oh. Made it pretty dark over there.
This is mad creepy for show. It's not doing the serial thing anymore. I don't understand. You took all the cereal? Well, that makes sense. Also, stream's going fine. We just chillin'.
Hey, I hope you two will be able to work together.
Shouldn't be a problem. We've done it before.
You come close to me, I will poke your eyes out.
Whoa!
Okay.
The aggression. My god.
Better not. It might upset her to see her son's stuff. This is a sweet picture.
Yeah, it helps me remember. He wasn't always a
What?
teenager.
Jargon 1674 screamed. 1000 biddies. Fart noise.
Aw, thank you for the 1000 biddies. Goddamn. Much appreciated. And you did the fart noise with it. 10 out of 10. Thank you, friend. I honestly don't know what to do.
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray. And only
Timing.
when
The
we're
timing was
arranged
very
to have
good, I
a fair
think.
shot.
More testing required. More farts.
This door won't open.
Marikai intends for us to stay put, it seems.
I mean, I obviously have to use this thing, but I'm a bit confused about what I've missed. Let's go look again. Again. Accidentally broke that boy. There's literally nothing in here, though. Like, I think we got what we needed here.
That's some bad wiring there. How does this thing work?
Unlocked.
Someone should really fix that.
This part is hard. I lost the little robot. I don't know where he's gone.
Except a hexagal. Hey, why can't I unlock this thing? Must be a different system or something. What a rip. Locked. Unlocked.
Is it this one?
Ooh, sparky. There she goes.
Oh, we have to lead it along?
Worth a shot. I never thought Malchakra would be so full of smiles. There's that smile. Uh-oh. Made it pretty dark over there.
How do I know if he's gonna cut? Do I have to watch him go through the door?
Over here.
Oh, whoops.
She'll have that fixed in no time. Come on.
Ah.
Hey, anyone got a flashlight? There she goes. A little farther.
Oh.
Come on.
No.
Hey, I think we need a safety light over here. Uh-oh. Made it pretty dark over there. Okay, that should take a little while for her to fix. A little farther.
No.
Anyone got a
Okay.
flashlight?
It reminds you of BMO? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Made it pretty dark over there. Great, she's on it. Over here. She'll have that fixed in no time. Just a little bit more.
Ah. Come here, small baby.
Look at her go. Fixing problems just as quickly as, well, as I cause them.
Oh.
Let's try this. Over here.
Oh. Do I have to break those ones while the other one's broken?
Good girl. How does this thing work?
Oh.
Someone should really fix that. Just a little bit more.
Oh wait, there's a thing there. The little laugh.
Okay, that should take a little while for her to fix. Come on. Okay, she's on it. That wasn't right. Or was it?
Oh, because I clicked on that one.
Okay, that should take a little while for her to fix. Here you go. That's some bad wiring there.
Okay, it's fine. She'll fix that one, then she'll come up here. And then this one.
There she goes. Over here.
And then this one.
Wait, she's on it. Come on.
Good little baby.
Yes, we made it. Home stretch. Oh, no, no, no. Little girl, so sorry. Dang it.
Oh no. Is there another robot? Do I have to start over? Ah! She was the only hope? Oh no.
Hey, there you are.
Hey!
So happy to see you. You hang in there, girl.
You hang in there. I'm gonna throw a taco pill.
Okay, here's a hand. Grab it.
Oh.
Yes. Good job. Whew.
Good job, little baby.
That's a good girl. Okay. Let's be careful this time. I hope that hole is blocked up enough now.
Hope so too.
Look at her go. Fixing problems just as quickly as... Well, as I... Hey, that's right. Better get on that. That's my girl.
Yeah, boy. Escape!
Check it out, Hope.
You did it.
We're free.
I'm smart.
Attention, approaching red
Question mark.
Prepare for sterilization.
Oh!
No.
The story is so messed up, Hassan. God damn.
What is this place?
This is where they build and store ships like ours.
The Mog Factory?
I'm afraid so.
No. This is great. Instead of killing one Mog, we can destroy all the Mogs forever. Oh, and all the people in the factory too. Darn.
There There are no people in the factory. It's all automated, but I really...
Great! Now we just have to figure out how to use that death ray.
Death ray?
Yeah, you're right. A death ray isn't going to cut it this time. We're gonna need something bigger. Like
a bomb?
The only thing I've ever blown up was my family's oven. But with all the high-tech stuff on this ship, there must be something we can make a massive explosion with, right?
Maybe, but I...
So I'll make a bomb. Figure out a way to dump it in the factory, and also a way for you and me to get the heck out of here and back to our families. Sound good?
Not really, but if there's a chance it will get me back to my family, then it's the only option I've got.
Not exactly a battle cry, but I'll take it.
Good lord. Okay. Trying to think.
Should I have written that down? Build a bomb, get it off the ship, and drive the ship out of here. No, I got it.
Merrick's down there.
Oh, quit with the sad stuff, Mogchathra. You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here.
It's the last girl. The one that downed our vessel.
What about her?
She's significant to him somehow. He was willing to risk everything for her. Twice.
Do you think he found a specimen that could troll the formation?
What?
I don't even think we need the other specimens.
Render them all just to be safe. And incinerate the waste material after you repair the ship, Marikai. I'd rather the council not find out.
You knew the wolf was sus? Yeah, he's fucking creepy looking too.
A collector in the Badlands.
Yes, sir. About the mother.
You know the rules, Marikai. She came into contact with an unpurified primitive. Who knows how many diseases she's carrying?
Yes, Thrushmaster. I'll initiate repairs and prepare the incinerator.
Hurry, Marikai. There is a quiver in my blood.
Whoa, excuse me?
Looks like some sort of video game. No! I'm not going any closer. Looks like some kind of chart. Can't get any closer while Cadaver Face is around, though.
Cadaver Face?
Thanks for busting us out of there, girl. What are you doing now? Warning people about that dangerous window? Good idea. We learned our lesson there,
She's so
didn't we?
cute. Damn, Boba. Let's see if there's anything in here for me.
There you are. And so nice and clean. I could wear them as a costume, but that would be creepy. And also, I'd probably sweat to death. Man, I really put some sweet holes in this thing. They probably meant Tacos Till Tuesday.
Nope.
They probably meant Tacos Till Tuesday. Weird. These look like styrofoam props.
Yeah, because they wouldn't let him do any cooking. Is this guy still alive?
Hi there.
Ah! Making tacos tonight? Oh shit. Because it's Taco Thursday?
Excuse me?
Initializing. Hello, and thank you for considering the Space Weaver 6X for purchase. I have been programmed to be the most personable and accurate navigation system on the market. Just bring me a star chart, and I shall weave my yarns into a... Where are my yarns? What happened
Uh-oh.
to my top spindle? Demo terminated. Service requested. Greenland Doom.
Okay. I feel like limiting tacos to one day is foolish.
I get the feeling something is supposed to go in this area here, but it's missing. Blow Up Boy wouldn't like that.
Made an error.
I get the feeling something is supposed to go.
They can bring joy any day of the week.
Looks like there's a bunch of debris in there. I can't get through.
Hell no.
I could wear them as a costume, but that would be creepy. And also,
Oh hey, I can go in this room now.
Hello?
Hey there. I knew you were faking it.
What?
Hey, I go to a more sensitive location than you two, so naturally I'm more sensitive to power surges.
A convenient excuse for being a lazy bum.
You haven't eaten in at least an hour, have you?
Hey, my head's normal.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. But at least I didn't make it any bigger this time. Oh, there was a dead moth on one of my lasers. It was messing the whole deal up.
Yikes!
Could have been worse. You could have ended up half girl, half moth.
Oh my god.
Yikes!
Oh, the stories I could tell, honey.
Okay.
Yikes!
Whoa!
What the?
Thank you.
Must have been trying to warn me about falling ship parts. I could wear them as a costume. I don't need to wear a helmet. There's plenty of air here. Huh. I wonder what that funny light show is for.
My life is a lie.
Man, that's pretty.
Take it.
Wonder what it is.
Oh, that's the fusion orb. It powers the ship's defenses.
Is it dangerous?
Not as long as it's on ice.
And if it heats up?
Omicron fission event.
It's a bomb.
That sounds like an explosion.
Big one. Hey, what are you up to?
Oh, nothing. I just like to keep track of where all the explosives are.
Can we put it in here?
It would fit in this helmet, but without that cooling stand, I'll bet it would overheat fast. I don't want to melt my fake Shay.
Let's see. Does the knife have an opinion?
I don't need to pry it loose. I don't need to pry it loose. I could try to hold it in my shoes, but I think they'd catch fire. That kind of tickled.
I'm not too sure.
Hey there.
Oh, you want to go back to the Nexus? Fingers crossed. Please count fingers and toes before leaving teleporter.
I don't think there's anything here, but I want to go have another look.
Back to the junk
The junk room. This poor kid.
It's so nice to de-risk new people. Maybe Make sure to give me a 5-star review, okay?
I don't think anything in here was useful. Whoops. Whoa!
Hey, this window is clear now. I wonder. Ah!
Hey, it's the non-maiden.
It's Bella. My name is Bella.
Oh, yes, she's from my town.
The one that sprayed me with water? What's she doing out there?
More importantly, can she get us some food?
Are the other maidens in there?
Oh, yeah, Drusilla's here, and your other sugar bunting friends.
Hey!
And some lovely girls from Mariloft with the most amazing feather work. It is nice.
What happened to you after you were taken?
That gross tentacle dropped us into some sort of tube, and it just dumped us here.
Vela, this monster is some sort of robot.
It's a spaceship. Or at least it pretends to be.
What?
Long story. Tell you after. Magchathra, the Maiden's Feast. It was all a big scam.
Oh, you must be one of the maidens from Obvious Town.
Why didn't you warn us?
She did, now that I think about it. We just weren't listening.
I'm gonna find a way to get you out of there, okay?
Hurry, Bella! So hungry!
Or at least get you some food.
Y'all can eat each other. I don't give a fuck. Let them die. Bye, girlies.
I'm not going through that. Wolf Creep will see me.
I see, I see.
Maybe I can unlock the door by... Uh-oh. I better get out of here.
What's going on in here?
Oh!
Ugh, looks like this door received some damage in the crash. Some exposed wires here probably set off that alarm. Better do some quick repairs.
How quick is quick?
That was close. Hey, Mel.
Hey, Mel. You haven't eaten in at least an hour, have you? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I don't remember what the quickest way is to get to the... Oh wait, I can't get through there because there's debris. Do I have to go through the room? I don't know if there's an actual time limit for how quick I need to do these things, so... No! Fuck! I click on the wrong thing. Oh! He's back already?
Looks like some kind of chart. Can't get any closer while Cadaver Face is around, though. I don't want to cut that. I don't think stabbing his video game system will help. I don't think this helmet would do much good there. I don't want to fork that.
I don't think anyone wants to fork that, Bella, not gonna lie. Oh wait, hold on. There's no food in here, right?
They probably meant tacos till Tuesday.
Can I still control some parts of the ship?
Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Your son is fine, by the way. He jumped off the ship when I got on. He's probably relaxing on the beach, enjoying the sun.
Well, that's something at least. And my husband.
I didn't see anyone else, but maybe they're together.
I hope so. I just wish I could fly back and get them.
Well, let's just make sure that's part of our escape plan. You've met that wolf before? Marikai?
Yes, he's the security officer for the Laruna Elder Council. And a high-ranking member of the Thrush.
What a name.
What's the Thrush?
The dominant political party of Laruna. They think of themselves as more than that, though. To them, they are a special, privileged race of people, obliged to lead the rest of us.
What's Operation Dandelion?
I thought it was my family and me, searching the galaxy for a new home. But apparently that was only Phase 1. Phase 2 seems to be something more sinister.
Listen, we have to stick together. Let's put the past behind us and team up to stop this horrible business.
You want to team up with the captain of the ship that's been terrorizing your homeland?
Yes, if you're willing to team up with a girl you just met.
Who already lied to me once.
Well, yes. On accident.
Deal.
Can't stop us now.
Hi, Crazy Mug.
Can I ask, why did you
Thank you for the
choose to go on
lurkies.
this crazy mission?
It wasn't an easy choice. But they said Laruna was dying, and volunteers were needed. Thousands applied, but we were chosen. We felt special. And they filled us up with all this nonsense about it being a noble sacrifice.
Yeah, that kind of thing can be pretty convincing. Want to hear how the plan is coming along?
Okay.
I still need to make a bomb. And I still need to find a way to get it off the ship. And I still hadn't figured out a way to take the ship
So basically
out
I've done nothing.
So I've got a lot of work to do.
As long as you have a plan.
No, man, that's sad. So no progress. Yep. I wanted to click on it just to see what she'd say, because I'm like, girlie, you've done nothing. By you, I mean me. I've done nothing, you know? Not like intentionally, I'm just unsure what I need to do. Oh wait, I wanted to try use the machine thingy. Is it still there? It is! Okay.
Wonder what this does.
Can we still move the little robot or nah? Because it's looking like nah.
Unload.
Yeah, maybe we should go have a run around on the ship and see what we can find.
Ice cream. Did not see that.
Whoa.
Hey, do these whipped cream guns come off?
Not since somebody used one to blast themselves into an unauthorized area. One guy takes it too far, and we all get punished. Not fair.
Maybe I could cut this whipped cream gun free.
Don't even try to cut that nanofiber yarn. Yeah, it's the same stuff we're made of, and we're hard as nails.
Oh, you gotta let me cut it now.
Yeah, cut it.
Maybe I could cut this whip.
Damn it.
Hey, you guys look like you got caught in some sort of ice cream avalanche.
No, We're trying to cryogenically freeze ourselves. Some messed up junk has been going down around here, and we'd rather just sleep through it.
Oh, I see. Mind
Got
if
some
I have a
apple
look
juice.
around?
Ooh.
Knock yourself out. Just don't thaw us out until things settle down, okay?
Okay.
I don't think a big bowl of room temperature whipped cream will really help me much.
Shut up, Bella.
Bad tool for capturing whipped cream. Okay, now I'm cold. If nothing else, they'll keep my feet warm in here. If my friends in Marilock could see me now. I don't think he wants any ice cream. I'd eat some, but it smells like some sort of refrigerated nutritional paste, plus food coloring. Hey, could you give me some ice cream in my bowl?
That truck is self-serve. Yeah, and we don't want to do anything that might thaw out our muscles.
Hopefully I don't miss too much. No worries. Probably not.
Do you guys know why there's a deflated rubber boy on the ship?
Oh, Shay? Oh, he just looks that way because he's a teenager. Yeah, he's not deflated. He's sulking.
Oh my god.
I actually don't want any right now, but maybe I could take some for later?
Just not with me, honey. I don't have the bowl for it.
Hey, he's not here. When he's not here, there's no shame in someone else filling in.
I warned you, Dutch.
Please, can we put this all on hold for a little while? I can't carry it in my hands.
Yeah, that's what the bowl was for.
Why, yes.
Oh.
I will have some ice cream. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, man. That whipped cream sludge with my
No!
cloud shoes. Sorry, Carl.
My cloud shoes. My sadness is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Yikes. Well, that room is gone.
Rip. Hi, Smurf. How are you?
Hi. Is there a problem here?
Yes, this train is about to go out of control, and our young hero is nowhere in sight. I blame myself.
Good.
If this train is about to go out of control, shouldn't everybody get off of it?
No, it won't go out of control until the moment the young hero arrives.
If the train isn't a runaway until your hero arrives, and your hero is missing, then what's the problem?
If the young hero never arrives, then we have no purpose.
Why do we exist? Do we even exist?
Existential crisis.
It's unsafe from a philosophical point of view.
Why do you blame yourself?
I banned the young hero for life after a reckless stunt he pulled in the course of a rescue. But now I realize he was just trying to teach us a valuable lesson about safety.
Can I ride the train?
Didn't I just tell you it's a runaway? Also, no. We can't do anything without the young hero.
Can I help?
Sorry, but only the young hero can save us.
Who is the young hero?
The Lone Ranger of Bridge Danger! The Big Bopper of Train Stoppers! The Young Master of Rail Disaster! Prevention!
His name is Shay, and his whereabouts are currently unknown.
Are you sure I can't help? How do you know I'm not the young hero?
The young hero has a face that shows no fear. Also, he wears periwinkle loungewear.
Well, stay safe.
Find the young hero. Only he can keep us safe.
Yeah. I could wear him as a costume, but that would be creepy. And also, I'd probably sweat. That could work. But not while he's so...
Oh,
flat.
he needs air. Can I fill him with cream? Wait. I want to go look. Also, Yoda, why you tootin', friend? And thank you for the onigiri. You tootin' out your booty?
I wonder if this whipped cream could make my blow-up boy more lifelike. Well, maybe lifelike is too strong a word, but definitely less flat. And the whipped cream doesn't leak out as fast as air.
It actually patches leaks. Mr. Volta stumbled on the formula while developing his hot patch.
No! Mao! No! Whipped cream! No! Can't believe you've done this. What is this betrayal? Jargon's gonna come back and be like, what the fuck?
Look who's here.
It's our young hero. He has returned.
Is that sus? Who wants to explain to her son? Who wants to explain? Since you guys thought this was such a good idea, you thought it was so funny, you guys can explain to her son why it is sus.
Hero usually do in this situation.
You will not explain?
Wait.
They tied the tongue down.
But he didn't do anything.
Trust us. That's big and perfect. We should celebrate.
Oh, I wasn't quick enough.
Thanks for keeping it safe.
When a boy meets a girl.
Did someone...
You're not eating cream. No more cakes then, because a lot of cakes have got cream on them.
We should celebrate.
Yeah, let's do the wave.
Oh!
Well, that does it. We're definitely getting shut down for good this time.
Sorry.
What are we gonna do now?
At least you guys can work on another mission. I'm a train.
We killed him!
I only do trains.
Banned for life. Okay, so we have...
It's weird. I feel like this yarn is still alive.
Oh my god. I'm traumatized. Why everything is sus in English? Maybe not everything. I don't think there's anything in here for me. Because I don't want to go out into space, yeah? Or do I?
Doesn't seem to be any way back up there. But you know, that's okay. I like having my feet on the ground. Warning. Airlock ahead. Safety suit and air tether required for extravehicular exploration. But don't worry, I'll put it on you, sweetie pie. So, those spacesuit parts I found belong to someone named Sweetie Pie. But who is behind Sweetie Pie? That's what I want to know.
No! Why did I do that?
I think it's already tied down pretty securely. This pile of yarn won't do much good there.
I'm trying to think now, like... Can I go grab the bomb?
Hi. Did someone say they wanted to check out the fusion orb containment facility? It's so nice to de-risk.
What would I use the string for?
Thanks for choosing teleportation.
Hey, I wonder if this cold bowl would keep that thing from overheating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aw, it's got a little face.
Great.
Attention! Do not remove fusion orb from refrigerated pedestal. Omicron fission event will occur.
Not until my super advanced ice cream melts, it won't. And when the ice cream finally melts, something tells me we'll have a nice little explosion on our hands. Speaking of, I should probably get this thing off the ship. This pile of yarn won't do much good there.
Okay, so we have a bomb.
I gotta get this thing off the ship before the ice cream melts. Hey there.
Oh, you want to go back to the Nexus? It's so nice to de-risk new people. Thank you for traveling with us.
How to get off the...
Who wants to go to the starboard passageway?
GG, Susan.
Fingers crossed. Please count fingers and toes before leaving teleporter.
Can I use this?
Warning. Objects placed into this trash chute will be jettisoned from the ship. Jettisoned off the ship, you say? Very interesting.
So this is how I get the bomb off?
That would be a great way to get it off the ship, I think. But it's locked tight. I'm not going to throw her off the ship. We're pals now. Aww. He's a pain, but I
Can I
don't
see your
wanna throw him
inventory? No.
Thanks. You'll need it, kid.
I have the little useless death ray thing. I have the knife. I have the fork. I have this pile of spaghetti. And I have the thing in the ice cream. I hope that answers your question, Hassan. Because I feel like we have to send this out.
This bomb isn't for me. It's for the red hanger. This pile of yarn won't do much good there.
And I can't go out the ship.
Doesn't seem to be any way back up there. But you know, that's okay. I like having my feet on the ground. Hey there.
Back to the Nexus? see. All there? Great.
Hmm.
Seriously, who do they think they're fooling with this bait?
Oh. This boy can go
This
here.
pile of yarn won't do much good there.
Shut the.
I get the feeling something is supposed to go in the. I don't want to cut that. I don't want to fork that.
Okay, so I'm missing something.
This pile of yarn won't do much good there. Hey, do you need some yarn?
Yarn? Did someone ask if I need yarn? Why, yes, I do. Thank you. Ew. What is that tangled mess? It looks like it was coughed up by a giant cat. The Space Weaver prefers well-wound spools of yarn, ideally served upon a fresh spindle to replace his own. Service on this ship has really gone downhill. Made an error.
Hey, think you could twirl this mess of yarn up for me?
It's what I was born to do. Bon appetit!
Much better.
Going up a tree.
System.
Fork?
My name, it's Lorraine.
Lorraine? I need you to do something really important for me.
I've been waiting to hear those magic words all my life.
Space Weaver.
Hello, and thank you for considering me.
Yes!
That's the stuff.
Aww.
So, can we go somewhere now?
Thank you for the onigiri.
Absolutely. Somebody hand me a star chart, quick. My needles itch.
Okay, so Marek is still downstairs, right? So I need to go this way.
Hi, Mel.
Back to the jungle. Miss you already.
Cover your ears, girls. Time for my getaway.
Not again.
Bella, you could be a little faster, girly. Not gonna joke.
So nice.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna cry.
Great.
Because I have to go through the room, right? That's a fuck long trip. I don't know how to do this.
Looks like some sort of video game.
Yeah. Quick, girly, go get it.
Best wiring job, but it looks like it'll hold for a little while.
Whoops.
At least until I can get the real repairs done. Now, where was I?
No! Stab him.
I'm not going to throw that at him. I mean, the only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray. And only when we're in range. And
Jargon, you missed something really funny.
The ice cream. I don't want to cut that. I'm not going to throw that at him. I mean, what have I missed?
Yeah, that's why it's okay if you throw this.
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray. I don't want to blow up anything that close to me.
So remember I got like the inflatable Shay earlier? I don't know if you were here, but I I went back to the ice cream room because it had that whipped cream nozzle. So it was quote 144. I don't know if there's a way to pull up a specific one. 144. So that's what I said, because I wanted to blow up the inflatable Shay. And then his son was like, because everyone was like, wow, that's sus. And then his son was like, "What? Why is it sus? What does it mean?" Oh, man. And I was like, y'all gonna have to explain this to him now. This is your responsibility. No one would explain it to him. Poor child, he has no idea what's going on now. Is life not confusing enough? Not too sure. Innocent, her son. Questionable.
Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
Want to hear how the plan is coming along?
Okay.
I made a bomb, but I still need to find a way to get it off the ship. And I still hadn't figured out a way to drive the ship out of here. So we're getting there.
As long as you have a plan.
He can't be too innocent? Yeah, exactly.
Space Weaver, can you take us out of here?
Bring me a star chart, and the fabric of time and space shall be knit to serve your passage.
Looks like there's a bunch of debris in there. I can't get through. I already stabbed him once.
Why does she get to have all the fun?
I don't really have a lot on me right now, so I'm not too sure what I need to do. Thanks, Yoda. This was the ice cream room, yeah? I probably don't need to use this again.
Maybe I could cut this whipped cream gun free.
Don't even try to cut that nanofiber.
These guys are annoying. And pull through the cream.
Okay, now I'm cold.
Don't forget about Sticky.
Oh no. Goddamn, this has been a bit of a process, this one.
Looks like the windows have been sealed with some sort of force field. I don't want to cut that.
No?
I don't want to blow up anything that close to me.
Those little shits. They are little shits. There's nothing in here.
Warning. Objects placed into...
Whoa! Roxy! Hello!
Bow, 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 bow. The only thing this trigger is
How you
good
doing,
for is
Roxy?
firing Alex's death ray. Hey there.
It's so nice to de-risk new people.
This game's driving me cray cray.
Bye-bye.
Cray cray locos. For realsies, not for play play.
Hi, Mel.
Back to the junk room.
Yes, back to the junk room. I'm doing okay.
Close your eyes and don't look down. Please count fingers and toes before leaving teleporter.
Looks like some sort of animal sleeps here. I'm going to get you out of there.
How? This monster's made of metal.
I'm working on it. I'm gonna find a way to get you out of there, okay?
Hurry, Bella. So hungry.
Or at least get you some food.
No. I have ice cream here. You guys want?
I don't want to blow up anything that close to me. I don't want to cut that.
I do.
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray. And I'm not going through that. Wolf Creep will see me. I don't want to cut that.
I do. And I'm sure the knife does as well. All he wants to do is cut things. Wants to cut a bitch. I don't think any of this stuff is usable.
This stuff is cute, but I'm kind of sick of looking at it.
Mood.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, Val.
Hey, Mel. Hey, Val.
Close your eyes and don't look down.
What if I wanna?
Please count fingers and toes before leaving teleporter.
Does anyone have any ideas? Was I just too slow last time?
I don't need to clean under my fingernails right now.
Yeah, good.
This place is falling apart.
Thanks, fella. Eat the spicy ice cream? She wouldn't, would she?
This bomb isn't for me. It's for the red. Hi, Mel.
Back to the jump. Close your eyes and don't look down. Make sure to give me a 5-star review, okay?
A 5-star review? Sheesh. We can go try the cable thing again. Maybe I was just too slow.
Cover your ears, girls. Time for my getaway.
Not again.
Hey, Mel.
You have no thoughts? It's too early in the day for thoughts, that's why.
Bye-bye.
It's the trigger to Alex's death ray. I'm sure we're far out of range now.
Go, walk faster, you!
Just a little longer, you old bucket of bolts.
God
Just
damn
hang
it.
together for a little longer.
I'm really not sure how to get into Scooch.
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death. I don't want to cut that. No! He'll see me! I'm not going any closer to that weirdo. No!
Because I don't have much in my inventory either, and I haven't seen anything else that I can pick up. I don't think I've missed anything, like, laying around the ship.
A good knife is handy to have around, even when it is kind of a creep.
Okay, there's definitely nothing in that room. There was nothing in the kitchen, I don't think.
Man, I really put some sweet holes in this thing. Good job keeping people away from that dangerous window. I'm not here to kill anything except for Mom. I don't want to distract it from its duties.
From its duties. And I don't think there's anything else I can do with this. All I can do is lock doors.
Hey, why can't I unlock this thing? Must be a different system or something. What a rip. Hey, I think we need a safety light over here. Ooh, sparkly. That's a bad wiring.
Welcome back, Hooded. Yoda, do you know what I need to do?
Unlocked.
Oh, you said you're here to help. What are you here to help with? Calling her son.
There's that smile.
Whoa. Onigiri support?
Halt. Stop right there. That's enough.
No, stay. Is it staying? Okay. Aha.
It's empty, and I don't want to shake its hand. Ew, I don't want a severed arm.
You might not, but I do.
Has, a liberated arm.
It's empty, and I don't want to shake its hand.
Do I need to get the little pole before it throws it? Okay, let's go try again. Thanks for the onigiris, guys. Uh-huh. Is this for the girls?
I don't want to touch that pill until I know what it is. Could be space poison. Ew. I don't want a severed arm.
Ah!
See it as a liberated arm.
Oh, it's broken age.
I don't want to touch that pill until I know what it is. Could be space poison. I'm not giving that thing my bomb. The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death. They probably meant Taco's Till Tuesday.
No, this is a taco pill. Okay, I made some progress and then immediately lost all that progress because this girly don't want to touch it.
Any ideas yet?
No.
Okay, I'm going back to work on the plan.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on Marikai from here.
Oh, is she actually doing something? Thanks, lady. $55.5k point celebration. Damn.
A smile makes everything seem better, don't you think? Stop.
Let's see if we'll grab the... Guess I gotta celebrate once I hit 55.5 again. Yes. You partied too hard, clearly.
Oh, whoops. I left that hanging out. Go back in, yarn arm.
Oops.
Oh, sorry. I was going to clean that up. I promise. I think that's enough for right now. I think that's enough for
Listen,
right now.
I've had enough right now.
Ew. I don't want a severed arm.
I want a severed
See
arm.
it as a liberated arm.
What have I done?
There she goes, dumping the trash off. Hey, if only I were a little faster.
What? Yeah, I wish you were a little bit faster too, girly. Can I do it again?
More cereal, please. There she goes.
How's this thing getting ahead of me? That's all I want to know.
Hey, hold that open for me, would ya? If only I were a little faster.
Bitch, I was... You know what? I'm gonna go get something to drink, because with all my ranting, I've made my throat sore, so... I'm gonna be right back, guys. Please go stretch your legs. Go get something to drink yourselves. Go punch a wall. Whatever it is you feel you need to do. Me too. I am also back. I just got back. I have milk bottles. Hi, Demon Wolf. Whoa. Thank you for the onigiris. Where is Hassan? Hassana! Banana! I wish they made milk bottles, but only like a packet of like banana milk ones. Whoa! What the heck, man? What's on the gaming cards today? This looks interesting. This is called Broken Age. It's a lot of fun. That was a mistake. What happens if I let the robot out when that's closed? Should I Google it? Oh, Google it? I mean, you could. The part that I'm stuck with is how to get the star chart, I think it's called. How's the stream and the game? Stream's going well. I'm just a bit little confused at the moment about what to do next. Star chart? No. Star chart. Gosh. Art with starch? Hmm. Because both of the things I want to do, I can do it, but I seem to be too slow, so I don't know. His son is meant to be Google, but he runs on mac and cheese and is currently refueling. Oh, is he eating mac now? That's fair.
More cereal, please. There she goes.
You own this? Yeah, it's a pretty old game, apparently. Huh?
At least it slowed her down a little.
It's gonna take me longer to move the thing.
Hey, hold that open for me, would you? Ooh, I almost got her.
What the?
But not quite. I guess I still need more of an advantage.
Girl, what? She literally stands in front of the thing and is like, oops. Thank God. Hassan, please help. Before I lose my fucking mind. Is there more things to put in the way? Not that I'm aware of. You ran out of gas? Oh no! I have the ice cream.
I don't want to blow up anything that
I have the knife
to me.
and the trigger. I need to get those star charts, but I can't because the wolf guy, Marikai, he comes back too fast, and this girl, out of gas, no problem. Yoda. So she'll shake the cereal onto the floor, but she won't pick up the taco pill. And I'm just like, okay. You can switch to the guy now? Oh, what? This whole time I've been struggling for nothing. I'm so glad. What the? Oh yeah, I forgot he's got a bunch of stuff on him.
Hey, there's a big sparking hole in the floor.
That's your superconductive gyroscopic hypercam in action, man. Works like crazy.
Wow, look at that. Nah, Alex would kill me if I messed with that after he just got it working. Nah, Alex would kill me if I messed with that after he just got it working.
I've forgotten what I need to do here.
So, what else does your ship need to fly?
Let me see here. Still need an electronics genius, and once we take care of that, we'll be ready to fly.
On it. Hey, can you play that Previous Destination song for me again?
See? I knew it would get stuck in your head.
Mid, mid, high, low, mid.
No problem. Good practice for me. I'm going to need it soon.
Okay, see you later.
Okay.
So I still need to fix this then?
I don't think this guy can fix hexapals.
Where the heck is my dad, though? Back to the girl? Oh my god. Go talk to the maidens? Yeah? They were fucking useless though, they just wanted to eat. But fine, let's go. They were this way. And this way. And this way.
Hi, Mel.
Yes, back to the junk room. Didn't you say you had ice cream? Yeah, but it's got something in it. It's got a bomb in it.
I'm gonna find a way to get you out. I'm gonna find a way to get you... I don't want to cut that. The only thing this trigger is good for is firing. I don't want to blow up anything that close to me.
I've already tried that, his son, but he comes back too quickly. So let me show you, because I don't know.
Like some sort of animal sleep.
I don't know if I'm going too slow or what.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, Mel. It's so nice to de-risk new people. Ciao.
So I can't grab the cereal because the robot takes it.
More cereal, please. There she goes. I think that's enough for right now.
This bitch.
Ew, I don't want a severed arm.
See it as
Okay, so that doesn't work.
least an hour, have you? Ciao.
So I click on this.
Cover you?
And then the bad guy's there, and then I go through the thing. What happens if you follow the bot? I've already done that.
Hey then. Fingers crossed.
The bot throws it in the trash chute, but I can't get there fast enough. That was the wrong way. Bang, 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 bang. Hit the robots.
There.
Okay, I never did that one before, but anyway.
It's a chart
Hit the
with
robot
stars
when he
on it.
throws the cereal in the trash.
That does it. I'm breaking that lock.
Wait, what am I hitting the bot with?
It's the chart I stole from the big bald wolf.
Just click on him? Oh, did I lock it? Ah!
Unlocked.
Why did I lock that? Was I just clicking on things? I think so. It's entirely possible.
Space
Oh.
Weaver.
Converting. Star chart. Weaving. Nav scarf. Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calipers in position. Weave thrusters at viscosity. Spindle at rotational velocity. Deploying nav scarf in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nav scarf.
Nothing happened.
Affirmative. We were already located the destination indicated by the star chart. Obviously a drill. I hope that I passed. Getting a little sick of this place, to tell you the truth.
Okay. The ice cream? I have to do that first. Man. You're an ice cream? Yeah.
Hey, hold that up. If only.
What do you mean hit it, Hassan? I'm gonna hit you. No, for fuck's sakes, I hate this. Yeah, I agree, you're fired. What am I hitting it with? I'm gonna un-Google you. What do you mean follow it super fast? I have done that several times now. But it's fine. We'll show you again. This girl is not very good at moving super fast. I don't know if you know this about her. Look at her! Where does she think she's going? That she's taking such a stroll?
Hey, hold that open for me, would ya? If only I were a little faster.
Hassan! I was clicking on it! I think you're missing a step, because honestly... It ain't me. I'm not making this girl take a fucking Sunday stroll. I'm clicking like crazy to try and get her to fucking move. She ain't about that life, though. She's forgotten that she's trying to save her ass, you know? She's like, yeah, fuck it, I wanna die.
More cereal.
Look at this! Please be serious.
Hey, hold that open for me, would ya? Hey, hold that. If only I were a little faster. Then I could get to her before she shut the opening.
It was open! Hassan, please be serious for a second. Use that door? Teleports! Oh my god, please no. I feel like this is gonna take way longer.
Hey there.
Back to the Nexus?
No, actually, hold on. I think I realize now. I don't see how the teleport is gonna make it that much faster, because the amount of cutscenes that I have to fucking go through.
Hey there.
Back to the Nexus? Here goes
Hey,
nothing.
Moombas!
Miss you already.
More.
You turned on my Google Home when you said, hey, Moombas. Hey, Google!
Hi.
Who wants it?
Ooh, here she comes. Gotcha. Ow.
What the fuck?
Hey. Nothing but dirty floor cereal.
Hey, Google, play Despacito.
She left the chute open. Well, I was really looking forward to eating this ice cream, but it looks like that's not going to happen now. Bombs away.
Why is your Google listening to me, though?
Holy smokes! I just dropped a bomb. I'd better get us out of here before that ice cream melts.
Wait, that means I can make other music play in your house. Is Jenny Bean home? Okay, wait, what did I need to do? I need to go feed those girls, right? She's at work, damn it. I'll have to stream at night sometime, so I can play some music for her.
Hey there.
Back to the Nexus?
Unfortunately, yes.
Fingers crossed. Thanks for choosing teleportation.
Hi, Mel.
And the big robots. Thank you, Moombas!
Close your eyes.
Sorry for your skill issue, it's fine. With a little bit of help by
Please count fingers and toes before leaving.
Demon Wolves! You're like 10 minutes late. But thank you. Oh shit, he patched it up.
Whoa, what's happening? I don't think cereal would help there. Hey, I've got some cereal here.
Yes, yes, yes! Drop it in front of the door. I'll grab it with my hook. Hurry, please!
Me too. Even me.
Here's some cereal.
Oh, thank you, Vella.
Let me do it.
It's my hook. Leave it to me.
There's already some cereal down there. Looks like he finally fixed it for good.
Do I just leave them like that? Steal her hook? Do you think I can? Oh no.
I found some more cereal.
Hey, what the heck?
God, look at the size of that rat.
What? Where? I can't see it.
It panicked when you hooked it and ran off.
Oh my god.
But it was as big as a cat.
I told you there were rats out there. Now what are we going to eat?
Here, I found some more cereal.
Thanks, Bella.
With her feet. That's literally me eating cereal.
You can almost pretend it's rat.
Shh, I'm having a hard enough time pretending this stuff is cereal.
Oh man.
It's the chart I stole from the big bald wolf. Hey, Mel.
Hey, Val.
Hey Mel, hey Mel.
Here goes nothing. Miss you already.
Okay, I know where to go and what to do.
This giant scarf reminds me.
Do the thing.
Space Weaver. Space
Oh, hold on. I just want to see.
Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calibers in position.
I think Luna would love this game. Might get it for him. Yeah.
It looks like some sort of musical star chart.
I don't think this corresponds, but I'm not sure. Oh, he ended the thing? Shit.
Space Weaver.
Preparing decryption mechanism.
Yeah.
Initializing warp and wolf drive.
It's like a giant scarf.
Intake calibers
Somehow
in
I don't
position.
think anyone would
Leaf
mind.
thrusters at viscosity.
Ah!
Spindle at rotational
I think
velocity.
this would look better this way.
Deploying nav scarf in 5.
I can only add new stick.
Can only add new stitches. Is it
Can't
maybe
take them out.
backwards?
3,
That would make more sense.
1. Now what?
Wait, where are we?
Not a problem. Weaving. Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive.
It's like a giant scarf. I don't think anyone would mind this.
But there's extra ones in the middle, so I'm not too
Slight
sure.
alteration here.
It's fine. Let's try.
Deploying nav scarf in 5.
You got a friend arriving? Oh, that's nice.
3, 2,
Then you can just chill.
nav scarf deployed. Drive thread engaged. What?
Error? Is it not the music notes?
It looks like some sort of musical star chart.
That one's been erased, kind of?
It looks like some sort of musical
And I don't have anything
star
else,
chart.
right?
It looks like some sort of musical star chart.
We shall be there in no time. Preparing decryption mechanism.
So it's not blocked, but there's like an extra one that shouldn't be there. Which is why I'm unsure how to do it.
Weave thrusters at
I'm no
viscosity.
seamstress. That
Spindle
works for me.
rotational velocity. Deploying nav scarf in 5,
So it's not gonna work.
3, 2, 1. Nav scarf deployed. Drive thread engaged. What? Weave error? Will I? Let's try that again.
It looks like some sort of musical star chart.
Can I go through this door? I don't know how to tune that. Looks like a pitch pipe. Can I go through? Look at that hypercam go. Nah, Alex would kill me if I messed with it. We just got it working.
What about the music notes? Because I...
It looks like some sort of musical star chart.
I'm unsure.
It's the chart I stole from the big bald wolf.
With pleasure, preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calibers
It's like
in
a giant
position.
skull. Just a quick
Weave thrusters
mix.
at viscosity. Spindle at rotational velocity. Deploying
Big
nav scarf in 5,
I don't know why, but I feel really, really good about that.
2, 1. Nav scarf deployed. Drive thread engaged. Drive thread paused.
What? Pause.
Yes, it is strange. The nav system's ready, but the engines are
Oh man.
Blocked? By what?
by the young master's mother.
What?
By the way, who are you?
Long story.
We've got time. Not going anywhere.
We'll see about that.
Guys, I need to go. Oh my god. My power's gonna go off. I just realized. I need to run. Like, proper run. I was not paying attention to the time. I looked at the time like 15 minutes ago. I was like, no, I'll be fine. Yeah, I have load shedding at 4, so I have a couple of minutes to just find someone to raid and head out. Sorry about the abrupt end there, guys. You know how it be. Late night stream? Probably not, but I should be streaming tomorrow. Thank you for the head pats. Oh! We can head over to Mama. Alright, let's set up the raid. Raid massage. You guys can go over to Mama Succubus. She's very cool. Looks like she's currently editing videos for YouTube. Says come say hi before load shedding, so Alright, yeah. Sorry again about the abrupt end. Sorry I have to run. But I should be live tomorrow. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. Have a lovely day. Go stretch your legs, have something to drink, have something to eat, or whatever you need to do. But just take care. And I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Bye, 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 bye. Load shedding can suck every butt, I agree. Thank you guys. Thank you for the companies and the help today. Bye, 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 bye.